All right. Good morning. All right, good morning, everybody. I still see some people standing, having a little morning chat, and I invite you to just really come to the front of the stage, get together with people that you might not know yet. I can still see a few free chairs here and in those tables, so just get seated, grab a last coffee so that we can get started.
Investment Bank Institute organizes every year an European-wide competition, the Social Innovation Tournament, to select Europe's best social entrepreneurs.
Social Innovation Tournament is the flagship program, if you want, of the social program.
Identifies and awards to the best social innovators in Europe and builds a network and an alumni community that helps their development.
Changing awareness and fighting prejudices. This is with new ideas, with innovation, and with hard work, of course.
Addressing real problems with passionate and innovative ways.
Create a network all over Europe, so that is the thing that will definitely bring home the network of all the people here.
We can collaborate on and build synergies on research, on business development, and how we can work together.
Learning and sharing. And they learn one important thing.
You can have a good idea to change the world, but you also have to have an amazing strategy.
New projects with a lot of potential and impact.
It's a way for us to accelerate. It's a way to give visibility to the project.
Society and the environment, bottom line, prioritizes doing the right thing.
Fight and persist in order to follow his cause.
All these ideas can really have an impact and change the life of everyone every day.
Hello, good morning, and welcome to the Social Innovation Tournament 2022, presented by the European Investment Bank Institute, the Erste Foundation, and the Erste Group as supporters. Seldom in history have we as humanity been so aware of the challenges that we're facing in a lot of different areas and on a very large scale. And there are a lot of events and conferences that we go to where people talk about those challenges, but seldom do they really talk about solutions. Today, here, this is different. Today, we're here to get to know and learn from the best social innovators in Europe, who have really looked at those challenges and who have tried to find solutions. My name is Katrina. It is my great pleasure to host you today for the Social Innovation Tournament. And I invite all of you to basically just arrive here in this room at those beautiful tables and chairs right now. And I welcome our online audience and say thank you for joining us from wherever it might be, in your homes, in your offices, in your home offices. And I invite the ones here, but also the ones joining us online, for just a moment, really try to arrive. You know, we're all busy. We're coming from probably a myriad of to-dos and emails and other things that we still have to do today. So maybe just for a moment, concentrate on our bodies, and where are your shoulders? Maybe roll your shoulders a bit, or roll your head a bit, and just see how tense you are. Some of you might have been up for a while already. Some of you might just come straight from bed, but just kind of become aware that we're going to be sitting here for a while together in the next upcoming hours. And maybe just for a moment also focus on your breath. And I promise this is not going to turn into meditation camp. But there is this concept of psychological safety that a lot of you might know from the work context. And it really helps our nervous system to calm down if we just focus on our breath for a second. And that, again, helps us to concentrate better, to be more open towards each other, to be more attentive, and to remember things better. So just for a moment, breathe in through your nose. And then breathe out through your mouth. And just try to breathe a second longer through your mouth than you breathe in. So you breathe in through your nose again. And you breathe out through your mouth. And just try to make the out-breath a bit longer. And just do that for another moment. Yeah, and now we're here. So maybe have a look around in this room. Like, who else is here? Like, look each other in the eyes, maybe smile if you want to the ones that you know, or the ones you want to get to know. Yeah, you see people waving already, great. You can look, there's this 1 second that you can look a bit longer, the moment when it starts getting awkward, but it's also the moment when we start connecting. So you will have a lot to do with these people here, and you will see a lot of them on stage here today. So let's have a look of who's actually in the room. Who is here at the Social Innovation Tournament for the first time? Oh, wow, quite a lot. Hello, welcome to all the newbies. Good to have you. Who's been here several times? Like we've heard, this is 11 years. Like 3, 2, 4, okay, yeah, good, still. So the newbies, you know who to talk to later. Who's been here for like 11 years? And I know I'm looking at your direction. I'm not sure your direction as well. These are the ones like getting the loyalty medal for 11 years of attendance. Since this is a pitching competition today, maybe also let's have a look of your experience in that regard. Who's done a competition before in your life? Can be anything. Like the ones, let's start with the ones like, no, never before. I don't like stages, they make me nervous. You would never get me on this place here. Anyone who's never done a oh, it's like a lot of experience. But it's okay, you can say, I've never done that, I don't want to do that. Okay, who's going to do it for the first time today? Also very experienced ones here. Okay, like who's done, back as a kid, I did the skiing tournament. I did that, but not much more. Okay, who are like, yes, thank you. Who are like the competition kings? You've got all these certificates at home. You've done several competitions. Okay, you don't have to call yourself a king or a queen, but you've done this before. It's okay, you can show it. Still like, okay, don't want to raise the expectations. I understand that. Okay, let's have another look. Who are the Social Innovation Tournament alumni? So people who have pitched here before. Great, good to have you here with us as well. Who's working in the sector of business in general? Like everyone probably, a lot of people, yeah, quite like, shall I? Oh, okay. Finance and business, yeah. Finance, yeah, probably. Who are the investors here? Always good to know. Like everyone's like, okay, I'm going to talk to those people afterwards. Yes. Academia? Yes. Politics? No, not many here. Social, oh yeah, good. Social and impact entrepreneurs. Ooh. Or maybe the ones who want to become one after today. I'll ask again after the session. Well, I welcome all of you today. This is supposed to also be an engaging event today, so check out the social media websites of the EIB Institute and also use the hashtags SIT22 Vienna and EIB Institute. Yes, you can see that here. And also just a few more things I want to tell you before we get started. You all got this good bag at the registration. to that big bag. And that bag is a bit different to the usual bags that you get at one of those conferences. This bag is actually a project also by an SIT alumni from Austria from 2015. It's called Good Bag, and the idea here really is this is a loyalty program. So when you take this bag to a supermarket, first you're already making a sustainable choice because you're bringing your own bag, and second, there is this NFC chip in it that you can scan, and you then get rewards due to this Good Bag. So I think that's a pretty brilliant project, and I'm definitely going to check that one out. Also, Good Bag plants trees for every bag that they sell, so I think that's definitely worth checking. What else have we got here today? Maybe you've seen this big cardboard structure in the background there. This is an invitation to collaborate and to co-create. This cardboard structure has actually been designed by a company called Paper Town, and they do sustainable structures with corrugated cardboard. So they design sculptures, structures, design for conferences since 2012. And our invitation for you is go there in the break, take one of those tiny cardboards and write your wish for impact now on it, and then just stick it on the structure. And with this, let's get the Social Innovation Tournament 2022 started. So let me just explain how this works. Every year, we have 15 finalists from hundreds of social entrepreneurs across Europe. They are working in the following fields: education, health, employment, inclusion, aging, environment, climate change, circular economy, and sustainable living. They compete for 4 cash prizes with up to 75,000 euros and a total sum of 220,000 euros. This year, the applications closed in March, and in May, from 200 candidates, the 15 final projects were chosen. The finalists of 22 come from 8 countries: Austria, Belgium, France, Germany, Italy, Netherlands, Spain, and Sweden. And from June on, they have already participated in a mentoring program to get ready for today, for this final pitching event. And one part of this mentoring program was the mentoring bootcamp in Vienna, where they really fine-tuned the business model. And I would like to now have a look at what happened at this bootcamp.
When we started the Social Innovation Tournament, the vision was finding the best impact entrepreneurs in Europe, contribute to create the ecosystem by bringing them together, by exploring synergies between them, between countries, across sectors, so they really don't work in silos.
The mentoring bootcamp here in Vienna is really the first milestone where all the participants work on topics such as how to refine their value proposition, think about their social business model, how to measure and communicate impact, and also work, of course, on the pitch for the final event in September.
I could follow, and it's like engaging how you tell the story.
And it's really inspiring for us also as mentors to see them evolve over the bootcamp and over the whole journey they're having.
It feels home. It's a playground for creativity, let's say. And that's where, it would be nice to really work all together to other solutions. And I'm sure there will be something meaningful coming up.
I'm very excited to be part of this particular community, just because it has been also around for so long. I believe there's a lot of sort of knowledge and sort of a network capital that has been built up in the SIT community. So really exciting to be able to contribute to that, but also take advantage of it.
When we look at the future and we think what the world should look like in terms of sustainability, this should be things that all companies should have integrated. Whether they are contributing more or less, they should know what kind of contribution they're doing.
All the people I met here, I can really see this tangibly in every action they take and in every word they say. Everything is impact driven for real, and I really want to learn from them since they're at a later stage on how to not only communicate it to the external public, but also how to internalize these values in order to make your current operations and activities very coherent to these values.
It's really inspiring to be among them for 2 days to find more about their impactful solutions and how they will address major societal and environmental problems. And this is really a big opportunity to really understand their solutions, their challenges, and how they will be our next superheroes changing the world today.
And with this, it is my pleasure to invite for her opening words on stage the Secretary General of the European Investment Bank, Marjoet Falkstedt.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Katarina. Now I'm totally relaxed to make a speech because now I have been breathing well. Now, dear Mr. Wate, liebe Herr Wate, dear SIT finalists, dear jury members, ladies and gentlemen, it is really a great pleasure to be in Vienna, in this beautiful city, where we can find this amazing building of, does it really function? Maybe I just speak loud? It works. Okay, thank you. Let's try to this one. So it's a great pleasure to be in Vienna. Let me start from the beginning. You know, we are used to, when we are thinking of Vienna, we are used to think about these beautiful old buildings. And today we have this wonderful, wonderful modern building. We see a different side of Vienna. It's nice. I'm also very happy to see a few faces I saw last year in Lisbon. I notice, and I'm glad to see you here with us today as well. Now, I am most glad to welcome you to the 22nd edition of the Social Innovation Tournament, the flagship event of the EIB Institute, and not only of the EIB Institute, of the EIB Group, of course. Now, first time this takes place in Vienna. I would like to extend my warm welcome to all the finalists, all impact entrepreneurs, most inspiring people from 8 countries who will be pitching today in front of the jury, presented by Mr. Peter Ostländer. Welcome. Dear finalists, today it's your day. It's your day. Today you will try to convince the distinguished members of the jury, all experts in impact investing, that your project can make a specific difference, that your project can contribute to making the world a much better place. In order to do that, you have practiced hard, including this summer here in Vienna, as Katarina mentioned, during the mentoring bootcamp designed to help you to fine-tune your business plan and to prepare you to pitch, to present it to the investors. Today you will put the advice you received into practice. And today you will try to become one of the winners of our general or special prizes for projects focusing on the blue and green economy. But you have already won. And why have you won? Because you are here. You have won because you are one of the best European social entrepreneurs, distinguished each year by the Social Innovation Tournament. You have already won because you are now alumni of the SIT because you are part of the growing family of dozens of social entrepreneurs benefiting from trainings, from mentoring, from networking. Everything can boost your company and can boost also yourself as entrepreneurs. And you deserve this recognition. You have worked hard to earn it because you are convinced, as you should be, that your project can have a positive impact on the society, and we believe in you. We believe in you. Since this year's edition is taking place here in Vienna, I took a look at SIT alumni from Austria, and we have quite a few. There are 9 of them, including 3 of this year's finalists, and let me just say a few names. Beetle, fortech, Leag Innovations, and Wave Out, for example. They represent a very good sample of what SIT alumni do, from helping refugees access to labor market, this was Werkt, or manufacturing a high-tech environmental shopping bag, the good bag. You have all, I think, received one. This is a wonderful bag. By promoting inclusivity, reducing inequalities, fighting climate change, SIT entrepreneurs want to make the world a better place, and we want it too, as well as to create and sustain social value. This is in line with what we in the EIB group do in supporting investment projects and SMEs, of course, in European Union, outside of the European Union, and of course in Austria. In Austria, we have been active since 1973. As you know, the EIB group is both the Bank of the European Union, but most importantly, we are the Climate Bank of the European Union. 50% of our financing, and we finance approximately between 60 and 70 billion euros per year, 50% of that have to go to climate action. And not only that, all our projects have to be Paris aligned. So we are a very special institution as a multilateral development bank. But we also support innovation and human capital because innovation and technology are crucial to transform the economy. The life, how we learn, and how we build up knowledge. If I could print better, it would be even, work. It would be great. I'm not so good in technology. Anyway, innovation and technology, these are very close to our heart as well, and we are doing a lot, for example, in venture capital. And you finalists, one day, I hope that you are also benefiting from financing under our venture capital programs. Or the venture debt. I mean, I see somebody nodding there, already knowing what these things are. I hope that you all will reach that growth stage with your company. Now, let me also give you a couple of financing projects from Austria, because you are here so that you understand what we are doing. The EIB is helping the city of Vienna and Business Consortium to build 2 new green education campuses for 1,730 children. So we are financing infrastructure. The Austrian capital is facing strong population growth and therefore needs these schools very urgently. And you will understand, of course, because of the recent events, these schools are even more in need. The EIB is also supporting Apeiron, an Austrian biotech company. This is a very interesting biotech company. If you have ever had the chance, go on the website and look at it, Apeiron. Because these develop new pharmaceutical products to treat cancer, and particularly a very rare type of cancer for children. Now, Apeiron is a small company, but it's no longer social or startup. And this is what we want all of you to become. One day, one of the Apeirons of the future. Today's competition is not, or not just, about winning. More than just another competition, the SIT is the nurturing crowd for social entrepreneurs. And this is why I would really plea all of you, use the network, use the contacts that you will get in. This is very, very important and can be super helpful for your business going forward. Because all finalists join the SIT network. A vibrant community of more than 150 social entrepreneurs all over Europe. In fact, from 30 European countries. Think about it, the market opportunity, 30 European countries. They will access a wealth of resources, training opportunities, small grants, access to experts to make your and their venture more impactful and successful. Now, before I finalize, and before I let you all excel, I would like to point to one very, unique person who, with her team, makes this event happen already since 11 years. So Luisa, could you please stand up? She said this was not in the speech. Indeed, it was not. Thank you so much, Luisa, for all the work. Thank you. Now, all the best to all of you. You are all winners. Don't forget it. You are all winners. And, good luck, all the success. Stay calm, breathe.
Yeah.
And you will get there. Thank you so much for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mayut, for reminding us that you believe in the people who are here already. And as you might have noticed, we're here in the building of the Erste Group, and here it's also all about believing in people and believing in yourself. So with this, it is my great pleasure to welcome on stage for also some opening words the CEO of the Erste Foundation, Boris Marte. Microphone.
Hello. Breathe?
That would be amazing.
Yeah, super. Okay, so dear Ms. Secretary General, thanks for your very nice words. Welcome. Luisa, great to have you with us. Finalists, participants, don't be nervous. And you have some very friendly faces here in front of the jury, so I think you're going to have a great time. I want to welcome you here in Erste Campus, combining the foundation and the bank, and basically the story of everything of this 200 years ago was a little startup. Today we would call it startup. We would call it a social business, die Sparkasse, the Savings Association, which had a social goal. So you are here in your own future, basically. Start small, you might end up very big. Huh? We started small. The first branch was in the outskirts of Vienna, behind a church, founded by a Catholic priest and a Jewish intellectual, we call him. And they created something very, very nice, emancipatory idea of financial services for everybody, no matter what gender, what social status, what ethnic background, or where people in general come from. So a very, very kind of Enlightenment idea of the beginning of the 19th century. And here we are, right? It's a very nice campus. And one of the signs for this is that on top of the building, we don't have the sign of the bank, right? You don't find the logo of the bank on top of this building. You find the B. I love this 3B here. So you find the B. And we don't talk about impact here, because everybody talks about impact, right? Impact. We talk about the sugar solution. So I wish you some nice sugar solution in the city of, as we call it, because you mentioned Vienna, right? It's the city of Freud, Gustav Mahler, Gustav Klimt, Gustav Mahler, they have the same name, yeah. And for example, Ludwig Wittgenstein, right? Now, they had something in common. In the beginning of the 20th century, it was basically the hub of modernity in this city. You can hear by those names, they're very world famous. They were very deconstructive. So they were not constructive, they were deconstructive, but in the way of being deconstructive, they were very creative. So Freud deconstructed your conscience, right? He took it apart. He destroyed everything what people believed what conscience was before. Gustav Klimt started to draw completely different than anything before. But he got world famous. Ludwig Wittgenstein put it all, the whole philosophy tradition of, you know, Western Europe, Catholic or Christian society, into one sentence. So he deconstructed philosophy. Gustav Mahler detto, so it's a very deconstructive atmosphere here in the city. And even if you go to a Vienna coffee house, the waiter is deconstructive. Because, for example, if you stand in front of an empty table and you ask the waiter if it's free, he will answer you, na, no, na, ned. Which means no, 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 and no. But what he wanted to say is, yes. So he said, is it free? Can I take a seat? He says, na, no, na, ned. Nah. But what he actually means is yes. So whatever you do, right? And I think that's the creative atmosphere of here, that basically everything is so negative and deconstructive that you can start from new. Because if you go somewhere where everything is fine, nice, developed, here, beautiful, everything, what do? You get nervous, right? And you fall in panic. Well, what is my impact here? In Vienna, you have impact even in a coffee house. Because making a friendly face, you make a difference. Yeah. That's all I wanted to say. So I think you should enjoy your stay here. Be happy. If somebody believes that, you know, the imagination that the strategies we were so successful with the last 20, 30, 40 years, we will be successful in the 21st century, are just wrong. So we need people like you. As I told you, we started as a startup 200 years ago with a social mission. So be very careful how you write your founding purpose. Because the people who will try to understand you 200 years from now will have a hard time. So be very precise what you want to do. Because we, you know, do all the interpretation of our history books 200 years ago, and we have a hard time, but it's great what they have written down. So write it down boldly. Right? Use your precious time for some sketches and sketch it down for the genesis which is to come. You don't know it, we don't know it, but there is one, and it will come in full speed. So be very precise here. Be bold, surprise them here. They need surprises, otherwise they fall asleep. So surprise them and make your choice. Enjoy the inspirational atmosphere here around campus, be happy, and I wish you a great day. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Boris, for your energy as always, and specifically for this lecture on Viennese coffee house culture that we can definitely use in this city. So let's see how deconstructive we'll be today, but I'm sure we're going to be imaginative and creative. So let's have a look at how this is going to work today. So the finalists are going to pitch in an order that will be randomly drawn by us in just a second. So that's the most important information, I suppose, that a lot of you are expecting. What's my slot? You'll know in a second. Each of the pitching groups has 7 minutes to present. You have a timer in front of you, and just in case it might be 7 minutes 01, you will see me very fast approaching from the side, which is really the final sign for you to drop the mic. Then we have 5 minutes with this beautiful jury that is sitting here right in front of me to grill you with their questions. And then we're going to go to the next pitch. There is no time for Q&A from the audience at this point, but please feel free to really approach all our pitchers in the lunch break if you want to learn a bit more about their projects and businesses. And also we ask you to please not come in and out of the room during the pitches. This is also really out of respect, as we already learned today. Some people might not have so much pitching experience, some might have more. Either way, we're not trying to make anyone more nervous, and it can be quite irritating when the door goes open and closes. So please, let's all stay in the room for the pitches. Also make sure to turn off your phones, just in case they're still on this kind of annoying buzzer mode, which people think like, oh, but I turned it on buzzer, but it's like, brr, brr. Maybe turn that off as well. And you have a booklet, and in this booklet, you first, I think on page 5 or something, you find the order of the project. So there you can also draw your note to make sure which order was this, which number was it, so you don't forget that. The projects will be pitched, and there will be criteria that our jury is going to use on them, which are how innovative and original is the idea, is the project, what's the relative significance of it, how sustainable is it, and what's the anticipated social impact. And with this, it is my great pleasure to briefly introduce to you the ones who are going to make this grand decision today. So please give up your hands, and at the end, after I've introduced all of our jury members, and let me start with you, and maybe you can all stand up when I say your name, with the president of this year's jury, Peter Ostlander. And now we clap anyway, yes. That's all right, everyone should get their own applause. We have in the jury this year, Concepcion Galdon, Catel Legulvin, please. Elena Casolari. Olivier Deguerre. Ilonka Jankovic. Reinhard Milner. And Justina Alderscheia. So, what's actually at stake here today? Every year we have a general category and a special category. In 2022, the special category goes out for projects that are focusing on the blue and green economy. And both the winning projects from the general category and the special category will be awarded with a first prize of 75,000 or a second prize of 30,000 euros. Also, and this is important, there is an Audience Choice Award that will be awarded with 10,000 euros. And here really it's you to make the decision. You can go on www.sat2022.org, and there you can give your votes for your 3 favorite projects. We will open this voting system up at 3 o'clock in the afternoon until 7 o'clock CET. The winners will then be announced during the official awards ceremony tonight at dinner and will be published around 11 o'clock tonight. Another breath, because this was it from my side. Now it's time for you to take the stages. And let's see in which order we will do that. May I ask Peter, our drawing fairy, on stage with me, and I need this bag with the balls, with the numbers. They are there already. Good. Peter, let's have a look at this. Right. So we have the bag with the balls, and here we've got, I hope everyone can read this. This is a classical, like what number is that, what letter? No, okay, I'll read it to you. Good, so we'll start in alphabetical order, and I will ask you, interesting, all the things you find, to draw a number so we can see in which order we're going to do this. I will give this to you. Give me the first number for the project Alga Energy. What is their order?
It's number 7.
Number 7, and I suppose you can then put them back here. That makes sense. Number 7, okay, you still have some time to get prepared. Beetle Fortech will be?
Number
12.
Number 12, plenty of time, lay back and relax. Next one, Euphonia.
Yes, third.
Third, getting a bit nervous already. Hale.
Hale will be number 9.
Number 9.
First one after lunch.
Probably, exactly, in the afternoon, so for now, plenty of time. Imagilabs.
Number 14.
Number 14, oh, you've got a long day ahead. Juncker app.
Juncker app is number 8.
Number 8. I'm going to start using another one. Leag Innovations.
Will be 10th.
Will be 10th. Mycotex by Nefa.
Number 4.
Number 4, that's a bit closer. Newcy.
6.
This is fun, we're still waiting for a specific number, aren't we? All right, Pilio here. I feel like a bit of like a lottery here. Pilio, what's the number?
Not the lucky number yet, it's number 5.
Number 5, still not, okay. Resortex. Second, getting closer. Rosi.
This is a lucky number, 13.
13, oh, 13 is a lucky number, but still not the one that we're waiting for. Okay, we've got 2 more projects. Seads.
Is 11th.
Oh, that's an interesting one, isn't it? 11th, which leaves Wave Out by Dreamwaves, and the number? Number 1. So please get ready. Thank you so much. And you might have noticed that we've got 14 numbers instead of 15, so one of the projects unfortunately had to cancel last minute, but we're even more curious to hear the pitches of the 14 that we've got. So whilst Wave Out by Dreamwaves is getting mic'd up, I would like to try out one thing that is really essential here today. You have a lot of people who are brave enough, after a long process that they've gone through of preparing their pitches, to come on stage here today and present their ideas, something that they have come up with, to you. So it's really important that at the beginning and at the end, we give them a big round of applause. So please, let's try it out now. Your biggest applause for the pitches that we're going to have on stage today. Yeah? We can still do a bit more. Let's try it more. Okay, a big round of applause. Like, yes, we want them on stage. Woo! Okay, I am gonna test this level of energy because we've got a long day ahead. There's 14 that you're gonna listen to, and we really owe our attention to each one of them. So let's try it out for the first time, and let's start with the first pitch. It is Wave Out by Dreamwaves. Hugo Correa, Duarte Furtado, this is your applause.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Do I have a clicker?
And the clicker. Technical team, could you provide us with a clicker? That would be so great. Since I don't see it here. And yes, someone is already.
Also the TV.
That's okay, 6 minutes 30. No, just kidding.
I'll go fast.
Good. We've got a clicker.
Thanks.
We've got a presentation in the back.
Also off.
Not necessarily one in the front that we would need, actually. Okay. And I do not see the timer yet, which would also be an information that Hugo might need. Tech team again. I always love to ask techs on stage to just give us a bit of support here. We really want to make sure this is fair, and you do get the conditions that you've been promised, which is a timer in front of us. Yeah.
Oh, it's just off.
It's just off still. Yeah. Building up the tension here. You know, it's just for you to get a bit more comfortable on stage. How does it feel?
Good.
Like, yeah, light's
Fine.
good. Yeah, your hair is fine. Yeah. So it's the most important. There's going to be a photographer. Exactly. Like, which one's your favorite side? You know, you have to check that out. I see that. And we do see your 7 minutes.
Yeah.
Floor is yours.
Go. Thank you. So, good morning, everyone. I'm super happy to be here. My name is Hugo. I'm the CEO of Dreamwaves, where we want you to see the world through your ears. Orientation is a fundamental challenge for everyone, but for a blind person, orienting yourself is a huge challenge. I want to tell you about Alex. Alex is blind, but from very early on, she got good training, so she became very independent. One day she told me she needed to go to the doctor. She knew the way, but when she went, it was rush hour, so she ended up leaving the subway station through the wrong exit. Feeling lost, she reached to her pocket to use her navigation app to try to get back on track. It was hard to focus on avoiding obstacles in such a busy place and still focus on the instructions from her navigation app, but eventually she got back on track. But shortly after that, she bumped into something on the sidewalk. It was a construction site, so again she had to turn away and try to find an alternative way. She tried, but she got so tired that eventually she got back home and canceled the appointment. I've heard this story many times. For a blind person, mobility means a very high mental effort or being dependent on someone. And this means physical health problems because of lack of mobility, mental health problems because of the feeling of isolation or dependency, and eventually social economy problems because there are over 75% of the blind and visually impaired people are unemployed, according to the European Blind Union. At Dreamwaves, we want to change this story. We want to make navigation for Alex and for everyone easy. So we have created Wave Out, an app that you can use to go anywhere simply by listening and following sounds. And for that, we use spatial audio. But what is that? Did you all hear this gong? If I would ask you, where is it in the room? Can you point it there? You heard it, but you didn't see it. And this is exactly what we use to guide people. The fact that we all can understand where a sound comes from without even seeing it, this is what we use. And I'll tell you in a minute. But how did we turn this idea into a product? We started co-designing our app directly with the users. We had input from over 120 blind and visually impaired people and the support from several associations across Europe to make sure that we designed something that could truly support what people really needed. And this is the result. This is how the app works. So just like any other app, you type in a destination, the app calculates a route, and then we use augmented reality to place virtual waypoints along the route connected to real-world locations, this 1, 2, 3 over there. And then we use spatial audio, so you can hear the location of the waypoints just like you heard the gong. So if you would now be on the street here, you would hear a sound just in front of you. As you heard the gong, you could just know where the direction is and just follow it. And then you would cross the street. When you get there, the sound will stop and start at the next waypoint. You now would hear it to your left, and you could again turn and follow it, and so on, point by point, until you reach the destination. All that without ever having to look at the screen. We then did the same. We took the app that we had just created, gave it to a group of blind people. What we did to each of the people, we gave them the app, typed in the destination. They did not know where they would go, and we observed how well or not they would get there. And the results were really, really good. Everyone, or the large majority of people, could reach the destination. It was a challenging destination, a specific location within a park, and they could all go very, very easily. And when we asked them, how does this compare to the apps that you're used to, they told us, all of them told us, is a completely different paradigm of navigation. I can't compare. And then we got our biggest compliment. This is a bit like seeing from this user. What he told us is that the fact that there is always a sound there, that he always knows which direction do I have to go to, this is a major difference. And this is actually our major difference to other apps. There are a lot of apps out there. One of them even won the competition a few years ago. But we are the only ones right now who combine accurate localization without the need of any infrastructure with intuitive wayfinding using this spatial audio concept. Now, in the world, there are about 250 million people facing these challenges every day. In Europe alone, there are 20 million. And what we want to do is to improve their quality of life by having more movement, more physical health, more mental health, by feeling more independent, and eventually be employed, get to economical sustainability, and feel members of the society. And for that, we are already having pilots with Fundão, for instance. We start next week with the local government of a small municipality in Portugal, and we are also negotiating pilots with other players in Lisbon. Now, this is not just for blind people. There is a global market opportunity for a technology like this. elderly people could definitely benefit from easier navigation technology. Bike riders in the city who shouldn't look at the screen and while they're riding could have safer rides. And tourists could visit the city focusing on the surroundings instead of looking at the phone while they need to find further way. The app is on the App Store with a freemium subscription plan. Most of the functionality is free, and things like obstacle detection will come from the premium, but our main revenue stream will come from licensing the technology to companies building their own apps. Companies like food delivery companies or electrical scooters who want to have their own apps could use our app. And here we have already our first two enterprise customers securing 70K in revenue this year. We are a team combining very different knowledges and backgrounds. We combine business, technology, marketing, and design. But what brings us together is the urge and the willingness to work on something that can have a true impact in people's lives. Since we started with our very small prototype in 2018, we acquired funding to build this prototype together with the people. We put the apps on the App Store. We got our first revenues. We are now fundraising, and we want, by the end of the year, to have started this and at least another pilot. And the focus for the next year is to build and scale a community so we can reach our first 1,000 people. And that's one of the reasons also why we are here today. We ask for your support to reach this first 1,000 users. With your financial help, we can hire someone that can be dedicated full-time to work with associations, to engage ambassadors and influencers, to work with the municipalities and to work with social media. And we also ask to the help of everyone, not just the financial help. Anyone here in this room or anyone on the stream, anyone can just download the app, give us feedback, tell your friends, tell blind people that you know. Help us reach the first 1,000 users. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Hugo. I see this thing with the applause is already working. That's good. And now you are perfectly on time. We've got 5 minutes for the questions of the jury. Please go ahead. Yep, Elena.
Hi, Hugo. Thank you very much for your presentation and for your good work. You mentioned, but can you please elaborate a little bit about your go-to-market strategy?
Yes, so for this specific group, the go-to-market is very non-scalable in the beginning. We see, and we have experience in this, we work a lot directly with the people, and that's why we want to have someone full-time. Right? We work with the associations put us in contact with people, and then we work with them, give them the app, tell them how to use it. In the beginning, it's not completely obvious. And with that, we engage people like ambassadors, like Jürgen, the guy that told us it's a bit like seeing. He's a technology reviewer, and he has a lot of influence over other people because he's very well known. So that's the strategy: associations, people, ambassadors.
You mentioned you had many competitors with different technology. Can you just precise how you give different sounds with your mobile in your pocket? How do you differentiate from other technology? What is exactly your technology which makes this?
Yeah, there are two very specific things. So one of the things, the major thing is the spatial audio. There is Microsoft Soundscape which also uses spatial audio. There's another company actually in Spain which is not on the slide, Blind Explorer, who also uses spatial audio, but they only use GPS for localization. And that means the location of the point will not be always exactly where it should be, because GPS is very imprecise. That's our other innovation, this accurate technology for knowing your location very accurately in the world. And for that, we use machine learning, advanced computer vision, and this combination of the accurate location to implement intuitive audio augmented reality. This is really what sets us apart from the others who had either one or the other.
Mm-hmm. Thank you so much for the presentation. On your financials and pricing, you said you are your income streams will be from giving off your technology for others that are using it.
Yes.
Is it patented in the way, what I mean is it replicable by others as well? How do you see the competition?
Both things, in a way. It is patented, so we have a patent that actually we just got the granting last week, which is really, really cool. After 3.5 years, it is patented, the location technology, and we have other developments already that are not patented. Of course, you know how it is. Very big technology companies can also work on any kind of technology because they have the power. But we started much earlier, and we have all these patents, and we now build the next thing is that we now need the camera, and the next thing is that we can have this location with the phone in the pocket. And this is also patentable technology, but we don't know about a lot of people doing this. Yeah.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. So one more. Thanks a lot. I would be interested in your learning. Mm-hmm. You've mentioned that you had 120 test users so far. So my question would be, could you tell us one or two experiences based on which you had to substantially overwork your solution, or that had any impact on that?
Yeah. So one of the things, and this is connected with the previous question, one of the things we started, the solution needs this computer vision, so the camera of the phone out, and blind people are willing to use the phone with the lanyard here, but we see that it is crucial that we use the phone in the pocket. That's why we started working even earlier than we planned. And actually, this is connected with one of the first learnings that I remember in the first group I ever interviewed. People told me, I don't want to wear anything weird. I don't want to wear a funny helmet. I don't want to wear, because a lot of people think, well, if it helps, people will use it. That's not true. So this is one of the biggest learnings. We really have to focus on usability. This is why we did this from the very beginning. That's super important. Yeah.
45 seconds left. Any very quick question?
So just help me with understanding the usability. You rely on other people's maps, so the mapping happens through Google. Is it your own mapping that you rely on? And then exactly how the sound works, right, in terms of the 360 degrees, right? Front, back.
So the maps, we use OpenStreetMaps, so it's an open map solution. And the 3D sound, we use the spatial audio or binaural virtual audio is a technique to simulate what you just heard. This you hear in the real life, but with headphones, we can simulate that if you would have headphones. You can also have open headphones, not... No, up. It's full 3D. Yeah.
And that is the time up. Ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for Hugo from Wave Out by Dream Waves. And this, just give that to me. Thank you so much. And it would be great if maybe we can get this one closer to where I am, because this is the kind of information I need. Maybe someone can help me from the tech guy. Okay, let me just check. Who do we have up next? We do have already standing there in pole position to come on stage. Next, Resortex from Belgium, Cedric Van Hug and Rava Amar. This is your clicker. You've got a clicker. This is your time, 7 minutes.
If only sustainable fashion were allowed in this room, we would all be naked.
Even if garments are made of sustainable material, as long as they are not recyclable, there's no such thing as sustainable fashion.
I'm Cedric Van Hoek, and this is Rava Amar, and we are from Resortex, Recycling Made Easy. We allow for garment recycling at a bigger scale and at a higher quality.
And this is critical, because every second, one garbage truck full of textile is wasted globally.
Since the beginning of our pitch, almost 50 trucks have just been dumped in landfills.
And what's even more shocking is that less than 1% of this waste is effectively recycled. A $500 billion worth of material is wasted every year. It's not surprising. Fashion industry is responsible of up to 10% of annual CO2 emission around the globe.
Fashion is, garments are difficult to recycle. And that is because they are difficult to disassemble. Manual disassembly is expensive, not scalable, and time-consuming. And mechanical disassembly harms the textiles, and that results in downcycling.
Have you seen the shocking images of the Atacama Desert in Chile that was transformed into a garment graveyard? Some of those items still have the price tags attached to them. Yes, unsold inventory is a huge problem, a $4.3 billion problem for one brand alone. You might have heard about the EU directives to tackle this issue through extended producer responsibility, leftover destruction ban, and stricter directives against greenwashing. To be compliant with EU Circular and Sustainable Textile Directive by 2024, garments must be designed to be recycled today. So, what if we can cut the cost of unsold inventory, help brands become compliant, and simultaneously make all garments recyclable?
Meet Resortex, a globally patented solution tested by 30 of the world's biggest fashion players, and now also sold by 3 major brands in more than 60 countries. It all starts with Smart Stitch, that allows you to design garments for disassembly, and this by simply changing the stitching thread. The heat-dissolvable stitching thread of Resortex dissolves at high temperatures, and that allows you to make seams automatically disappear, without having to change something in design nor manufacturing, and while still being able to wash, dry, and iron your clothes.
Then comes Smart Disassembly, our globally patented systems that can dismantle garments 5 times faster. Those industrial ovens can take 10 tons of textile apart every day without damaging the fabric thanks to the low oxygen. And to keep it sustainable, they are designed in a closed chamber to ensure a reduction of waste energy.
But how does it work exactly? Well, brands use Smart Stitch in the production of a new garment. At the end of life, they send us back the garments, and we dismantle them using our smart disassembly systems. And what you recuperate are premium sorted materials that are ready for recycling. What comes next is up to the brand. They can sell the sorted materials to recyclers, or they can decide to get it recycled for them. And that means transformed into fiber, then back to yarn, fabric, and then finally a new garment.
What about the results? This small change unlocks a huge impact. Brands now can have a continuous supply of high-quality recyclable material. They can reduce the cost of unsold inventory, and also they will become environmentally compliant, meaning they will be ready for the EPR, they would reduce water use, waste, and CO2 footprint. And our life cycle assessment shows that, we are targeting 5 SDG targets, and our life cycle assessment shows that coupling Resortex solution with effective recycling, we can reduce CO2 emissions by 50%, waste by 80%, and water use by 98%. This means 7 kilograms of CO2 avoided per every pair of denim dismantled and effectively recycled. What does that mean on the EU level? If all garments in EU are made with Resortex disassembled and effectively recycled, 60 million tons of CO2 can be avoided, and 2.3 billion euros can be avoided every single year. Let's zoom out. On a global level, the fashion industry can reduce 28% of its Paris Agreement CO2 reduction target by 2040 by simply changing the stitching thread.
Solving such a big problem with a simple switch of stitching thread wouldn't have been possible without an award-winning and multidisciplinary team that has more than 75 years of combined expertise in engineering, design, and environmental science. But is also supported by an international advisory board that represents key stakeholders of our value chain. Compared to the competition, Resortex is the only solution that works for as well the brands as the recyclers, and that from a financial, an operational, and an environmental point of view. And that is thanks to our special business model that ensures a win-win partnership for all. It incentivizes recyclers with automation and scalability, and fashion brands with financial returns from the thermal disassembly. The hybrid business model combines a consumable, which is a smart stitching thread that we sell to the brands, and a machine, the thermal disassembly systems that we rent to recyclers. Global market is valued at 50 billion euros. And if you would focus on the garments made of materials that can be recycled today and that are sold on the European continent, we still have a huge market of 1.5 billion euros, and that on top of that has an annual growth rate of 30%.
Our mission is to become fashion's eco-design standard, reducing CO2 emissions from this industry by 1 billion ton by 2040.
And to achieve this target, we have raised more than 4 million euros so far, including a 2.5 million euro EIC grant. Now it's time to double the team, or increase the team, increase the thread production, but also the disassembly capacity. The 75,000 euros price will allow us to get one step closer to achieving this target. Resortex, a technology so hot,
it will melt your mind.
Thank you so much. Let's have a look how melted the minds of the jury are. You've got 5 minutes, please.
Thank you for your excellent presentation. My question would be, if you talk to your clients, to big brands, what kind of hurdles do you have to just to take to get them to become your clients and really very big clients? What's the feedback?
Yeah, so we're working with very big clients. We have also offtake agreements in discussion now with some of those major fashion brands. The problem is very complex. The legislation is quite strict for them as well. Being able to make garments recyclable by taking out zippers and labels is already one step, but then you have the whole supply chain around this. And so one of the challenges is still to make sure that all this logistics is working like it should, that we can get garments back, can dismantle them, and make sure that they are recycled. But this is something that we're doing together with them and with other companies that are more specialized in those logistics and take-back schemes.
Thank you very much. Great pitch. As we know, the growth of the fast fashion industry is all about cost. So what's the price difference of your solution compared to regular thread, and who's bearing that cost in the pilots that you have? The brand, the manufacturer, or who is it in the supply chain? Thank you.
So everything is really led by the brands. You could say those are the real decision makers, and the return on investment is also the biggest for them. If you would compare our solution thread on thread, then yeah, we are 5-10 times more expensive depending on the type and temperature of the thread. But if you compare it to manual disassembly or other options that are available to process and recycle leftovers or even returned goods, then yeah, we start cutting costs heavily. So it's, if you take the total ownership in place, once you get, depending on the type of garment, between 10% to 30% back of your production, you're getting money instead of paying for the solution.
Mm-hmm. So considering that this is an industry that doesn't reuse their own leftovers, right? I wonder, do you have an assessment of what percentage of the problem really can be solved by making disassembly easier? As you perfectly said, this is a very long, complex value chain that needs to happen. So I wonder, how many tons of clothes are there out there belonging to brands that really want to disassemble and reuse, and that are not doing it now because they materially lack the technology to do this?
I'm going to give you an example first operationally, and then I'll leave it for the environmental part to Rawa. We're discussing now with one big sportswear brand the implementation of the solution. We're speaking about 1 billion products in 5 years on a yearly basis that need to be produced with our thread so that they can also recuperate them and recycle them. The challenge that they have is the zippers, the elastic bands, etc., that need to get out. Without that, they cannot recycle. They have recyclable textiles, but they cannot do anything with the garments as long as they don't take out those zippers. So that is the kind of solution that we're working on. And then the impact that it generates from an environmental point of view that Rawa can better answer.
It's a huge, because there are two parts, right? There's 10% of the garment are left as a waste of cut off on the manufacturing floor. And then you have between 15, 20, and some sources says 30% of every production, every season that is unsold. And some brands will find it cheaper to just put it on fire than recycling it, because it's very expensive for them. And with that, the cost of the waste is quite interesting, because the CO2 the CO2 impact from that part is the hugest part in the life cycle assessment that we did the calculation, and also the avoided waste, because if you disassemble, you can avoid, if it's coupled with a good recycling technology, up to 90% of the waste.
We still have time for more?
Yes, again, I'm sure there are competitors, because it's a very big issue for those very large companies. So what are your main competitors? If it's a way of producing, a way of selling? Because some brands are selling very, I would say, 2 months, 3 months, and then creating new. What is exactly your competition?
Yeah, so if you see on this slide, you have mechanical disassembly, which we already mentioned, and a manual disassembly that have their negative elements. Another way of avoiding it is by doing mono-material design, so avoiding zippers and buttons, but that's technically very complex for brands. And then lastly, we have microwave and water-soluble threads. The funny thing is that when we look to quality, speed and scalability, and then simplicity and environmental performance, and that for as well the brand as a recycler, there is none of the other solutions that work. It works for the brand to have water-soluble threads, but for a recycler to be able to heat up garments, dry them afterwards, purify the water, it's impossible. Monomaterial design, very easy for the recycler, very complex for the brand. So it's always this one of the two stakeholders for which it doesn't work. And I think that that is the real difference, that we nailed that.
Thank you so much. Please give it up for Cedric and Rabat from Resortex. And I keep the pointer. I'm just going to go after you. Thank you. And if I get that board on stage, that is great. So, there is something else I want to tell you. Whilst you have been busy listening and our pitchers have been busy pitching, we also have someone else who's been working in the background, more specifically in Luxembourg. Her name is Carolina Schuler, and she's a graphic designer who translates stories, strategies, and ideas into images. So she is drawing during the pitches and creating images. So this is the image of Resortex, and it's not just beautiful to see the pitches also in this kind of image way, but it also really helps us to sometimes clarify complex topics and also helps us to remember them. So let's have a look if we also do have a drawing of Wave Out, because this is the one we had before. I just wanted to give her a bit of time. Do we also have a drawing of Wave Out? Yeah, good. Let's have a look at it then. I do not see it yet. Okay, shall I give you a bit more time for after the next pitch that we're also going to have a look at the drawing of Wave Out to pimp up our collective memory? Yes. And with this, let us continue with the next group, and please remember we do this kind of applause when they come on stage. And next on stage there is a bit of a warning that I was asked to give you. There is about 1% of people who actually have experience with traumatic haptic experiences. So in case you do belong to this group, I have been asked to tell you that you can basically, there will be an intense vibration in what's going to happen next. So in case you do belong to this group, please leave the room now and then just come back later. So that was a bit of a warning. I think we're also more excited to see what's going to come now. So please welcome on stage with a big applause, Euphonia, Francesco Spaggiari and Fernanda Costa. Your clicker, you've got one. 7 minutes.
So, when we interact with sound, our brains start to memorize patterns, so we are able to recognize them later. An ambulance, breaking glass, the language. If you have one day choose between losing your ability to recognize sound or your ability to enjoy music, what would you say? Music is important to us. It supports self-expressions, empower people, gathering them in communities, making them dream together. Just think about your favorite music style and how it shaped your early social life.
Our solution targets a category that historically never had access to music. There are 70 million deaf people in the world that report isolation, lack of confidence, and fear of being labeled. So a couple of years ago, after curating our first festival, I asked myself, how can I create a collective music experience that would feel the same for deaf and for hearing people? So we created Subbar, a music environment based on sub-frequencies instead of sound. we took the minimum common denominator between hearing and deaf, the lowest frequencies that are perceived by the body, and imagine a new language based on vibration that could deliver emotion and gather people, just like music did for us for the last hundreds of thousands of years.
So we ask artists to create, and now we can make a revolution in music industry and its three main pillars, which are event production, music education, and music and artist management. So what do we actually do? We create our own events with collaboration with local stakeholders. We curate and lease music created by our artists, and we offer 50% discount to Deaf Collective. Why? Because we want them to be leaders in this project. Next year, we want to start our educational online platform, so as deaf, and not only deaf, can learn how to produce music and connect internationally. And we will keep booking our artists for live shows. Also, we found a gap in the field of soundtracks for movies. Subbar has less than a year, but its results are amazing. The only school when we presented our format, Antonio Arroyo, asked us to create a music course for their deaf students. Rita Mazza, the only deaf participant of our workshop, is now studying music with us. We asked more than 30 artists to collaborate with us, and nearly all of them has already created the compositions. And some of the biggest music festivals in the world are interested in having Subbar in their next edition. Finally, several stakeholders that we reached out in the last 2 months want to collaborate with us, and they are leaders in their sector.
Thank you. I hope you recognize some of the brands. Resonate Advisor is one of the biggest electronic music magazines in the world, and Ableton is the main software for music production. So in the US, 1 out of 11 person is at least an amateur musician. If we manage to engage 1 out of 5,000 deaf people in our project, we can see this projection for 2027. Our online platform will gather 20,000 paying users. Our events will gather more than 1 million people. And the revenue for 2027, just for the sale of our playlist, is close to 3 million euros. One detail, the revenue for the sale of the playlist is shared 50% for us, 30% for the artist, and 20% for a local impact fund. We are Euphonia. We started in 2019 with a festival that was nominated as Breakthrough of the Year, and then pandemic, and we did several projects between astrophysics, anthropology, and sound art in public spaces. This is our team with expertise in music, haptic research, and design, policy making. And finally, it's time to experience what this is about. The next piece, so the piece we're going to play, is from Martin Nicole Rogina. And close your eyes, lights down, and enjoy. fade out, please. So I think we need more rituals like this, a physical experience of community, un-Instagrammable, at least just as a symbol of using well what we already have. We started just a few months ago, and the response is massive. We did 7 events. I don't know what lies ahead of us. I'm very excited. But there is one thing that I'm very sure about, and history teaches it. When artists together believe in something, they will make you believe in it as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Also very clever to make me close my eyes, so I wasn't even looking at the time, but you're perfectly on time. 5 minutes for the questions.
Please.
I can start. Is that Fernanda, your name? Fernanda? Is that your name? No. What's your name?
Cornelia.
Cornelia, you are doing great, okay?
Thank you. I know.
You're doing great. Thank you very much. So as we know, inclusion is also about making sure that the product reach out to the needy community. What's your plan to reaching out to that community? I'm pretty sure they're not all going to the Burning Man. So what's your plan?
Yes, yes. We struggle a lot in our first event to reach deaf people, like a lot. So then we started to create these events in collaboration with Deaf Association and involving, what's the name, testimonials on social networks, just any means possible to reach the deaf community, and especially the 50% discount that we do in order for them to be able to make the events. It's a way to invite them to create those events for us. Also, Deaf Rave, one of our, I wouldn't call it a partner, but it's one of our producers, and we will work together. So maybe it's a partner. They have a big community of deaf people. I would say we just need to make them experience this, and I guess it really should be enough.
Thank you so much. I have 2 questions. One is on your financial model. I saw that you have a huge, it's like an extreme growth in staff costs as opposed to your projected income.
Yes.
Is that something that you're taking into account, looking at getting to that break-even point at some point in time? Would you like to elaborate on that?
Yeah.
That's one question that I had. And the other one is pure out of interest. Is the music meant...
Sorry,
the next question is out of interest. Is the music meant for both groups, both deaf and people who can hear? Is that your target group?
Absolutely. The goal is to gather both audiences together under the same space and make them feel literally the same thing. There is one important thing, and our competitors or people that create, they try to translate normal music. They somehow forget that harmony is something that we grow up and we evolve to understand. And if you translate a minor chord or a major chord as a physical sensation, you don't get any value out of it. So actually, we just use basic elements of music, and time, silence, pain, they have a different value in this kind of music. So it's about creating a new language that has, I think, universal reach or parameters.
I can say something, please. Because I am hard of hearing, so I'm kind of involved of groups, and this was the first time when I can actually experience what other people was experiencing at the same time with sound, and it was amazing. So yeah, it to both of groups, because everybody somehow loses his hearing, and someday it's not gonna be as good as it is now. So it's about all of us.
Thank you for your presentation. Is it on? Okay. Thanks for your presentation and your enthusiasm. I was wondering, does this music require specific equipment to be heard?
Yes.
Or felt, actually?
In a way, I used subwoofer as a technology that is only 70 years old. and it's present in many places. But you can't use any subwoofer. For example, the subs that we have here are not placed in the proper position. There is a certain volume that we have to reach, 10 meters. We need at least 10 meters in a room for low frequencies to develop. So we have a certain, how can I say, rules to follow if you want to use our playlist, also rules of inclusion. And I would say in between, you can use on most equipment, not all of them. And I expect new technology to arise after this.
15 seconds.
You want deaf people also to become musicians. How are you going to do that?
I think it's natural for humanity to try to develop an abstract language like music that doesn't rely on symbols, but relies on harmony. Yeah.
Perfect, and the time is up, so please make the room vibrate for Francesco and Cornelia. And we don't only have sound, but also a beautiful image coming straight from Cornelia to us to sum up what we just heard about Euphonia. And let's have a look if also the one that we didn't see before from Wave Out, we can also see that drawing. Yeah, we're building up the tension for that drawing. Okay, we'll try it again after the next pitch. Already standing in line to come up next on stage. Please give a good and loud round of applause for Mycotex by Nefa Aniela Hointing.
Thank you.
And let me just check if the timer is actually on, because currently you've got 0 minutes, and we don't want that. Can we get the 7 minutes back? Otherwise, I can also do it myself. Quick check with the tech team over there. Yeah, 7 minutes, it's yours.
I have a dream that one day we will all live in a world where everyone can feel good about the clothes that they wear, because they fit them perfectly, are made out of natural materials, close to where they live, and without exploiting anyone. Yet they are affordable and do not harm the environment. My name is Aniela Hoiting, and during Art Academy I was always fascinated by personalization and how to do that on mass production scale. But I first needed to get industry experience in order to understand how it works. So I started to work at fashion companies, setting up design departments, ending up at Tommy Hilfiger, where I was responsible for a yearly revenue of 10 million euros. When I saw fashion repeating itself, this is where I founded my company to focus on fashion innovation and develop the idea that I'm presenting to you today. And with this fantastic team, we are making it happen. Plastics and fake leather are made from crude oil through an intense chemical process. Then yarns are formed, they are dyed, woven into a textile, covered with a synthetic coating, cut into pieces that are sewn together to form a garment. The fashion industry is complex and wasteful. There are many problems, from horrible labor practices to pollution. The list is so long, I really could talk about it all day. The industry is also focusing on improvement, because they are aware of this. Material innovation, better dyeing processes, a reduction of water, quick fixes that are needed right now, but they're not enough for the future. What we need is a big step, and we need to be it local and without waste. What we really need is systemic change to transform the industry. Mycotex is the first sustainable automated manufacturing method, and we create custom-fit products from biomaterials. We start by mycelium, the root system of a mushroom, and we use liquid culturing and only food-grade ingredients to grow it. Then we harvest it, add pigments, place it around a 3D mold, and after a drying and finishing process, the garments are ready to be worn. We can grow and produce a garment from scratch within only 7 days. Our supply chain is automated. We make local and on-demand production possible. It is circular. We only use natural materials. And since our biomaterial is slurry-based, we can also work with competitive materials. Now, you might think this is very complicated, setting up this new supply chain, but we are actually setting it up with existing equipment, minimizing investment for our manufacturers. And for brands, we offer them unlimited design freedom. The freedom to create new shapes, like I have here, and textures, which I will share with the jury later. So finally, they will be able to create innovative garments. Now imagine Sophia sitting at home. In the past, she struggled in finding the right garments, particularly when buying online. This now has changed. Sophia saw this amazing top from her favorite brand. She scans her body using only her mobile phone, uploads this to her order. Then the brand is informing the manufacturer, who takes the exact amount of material, places around the mold of her body to create the garment that Sophia received several days after placing her order. And she's now enjoying her garment, and it's not only because it fits her perfectly, but also because she exactly knows how and where it's made. Of course, we have competition, mainly in the material space. But Mycotex is the only company having a holistic approach, focusing on material and manufacturing. And with a $1.5 trillion market, I'd say the opportunity in fashion and footwear is huge. Actually, the demand is exceeding the offer, and that's how we get our foot in the door. And we do more. Finally, brands are able to bring back production to Europe and be able to offer personalized fashion. Next year, we plan to go to the market with the first bags with a consumer price of €820. Through economies of scale, increased yield per liter, and multiple robotic lines, we'll be able to lower the price from luxury to fast fashion within the coming 6 years. So consumers will be able to buy our bags for €45. Everyone should be able to buy sustainable products, don't you think so? We work with a machine manufacturing partner, Desma, to set up Mycotex in the market. We ask for a material and licensing fee from the manufacturers, and the brands are paying for the products. That's how our business model works. 3 years from now, we want to have the first 3 manufacturers working with our method, reaching our target of 350,000 products produced. We are working already with several fashion brands on paid developments, having conversations with the first interested manufacturers. So we are really on track to make this all happen. 31 liters of water, 5 kilograms of CO2, fabric and money. That's what we're saving with only 1 bag of Mycotex. Now imagine this on a factory scale, where we have 150,000 pieces produced on a yearly basis. We can save on 160 swimming pools of water. Now this is what I call impact if you think that we are working to create 20 to 30 manufacturers working within our method, 250 manufacturers working with our method within the coming 20 to 30 years. And that's how we can really transform the industry from within and make an impact that we want. Currently, we are able to create really high fashionable products. Our biomass is at pilot scale, and by the end of the year, we have our first robotic cell ready. 5 years from now, we are fully skilled and would be working with some of the alumni of this competition. So please vote for us. With the prize money, we'll be able to go from pilot to demo scale, meaning we can increase order capacity of 75 to 800 pieces, and we'll be able to reach these consumer prices that I was talking about. Thank you.
I'm super impressed with your time capacity. Everyone's perfectly on time. Thank you for also bringing material. 5 minutes for the jury now. Yeah, now you're busy looking at the material, I understand, but we need your questions.
That's why I did it afterwards.
Exactly.
I do have a question.
Oh, Peter.
Thanks for your presentation. A technical question: how resilient is the material? Can you does it sustain in all kind of conditions, and is it recyclable?
Yes. So, of course, we have to meet industry standards, so we have to fulfill certain specs like abrasion, tensile strength. Currently, the tensile strength is at leather specs, and we are working on the tear strength on improving that to leather strength. And the other things are actually already on what our brands are wanting from us. We are not focusing on recycling at this moment because it is very difficult to recycle. It means that you have to have a take-back system. And our focus is more on offering a global solution that is also working in countries that are not having the infrastructure. So I'm talking about Asia, which is an upcoming market. I'm talking about Africa. There they don't have the infrastructure to take back. But we focus on creating a home compostable product so that there's also no need. Because you heard it before from my fellow alumni, you know, there's so much waste, and it's not, it's staying there. So our focus is more on if there is waste, it's ending up in landfill, then at least it's not harming the environment.
Quick question. On the scaling, because you said you'd want to go from the 800, stuck in my mind, 800 per bag, lots of money, to go to 45.
Yes.
And you said that the way to get there is economies of scale.
Yes.
Is that all you need to go from 800 to 45, or is there more?
No, actually, the main cost right now is material cost, and we use liquid fermentation. So we start by working in a lab where we work with 1 liter. And we now are scaled up to 1,500 liters. That means that we can produce around 70 kilograms of biomass. And that allows us to create 75 bags. And so the next phase is that we go to 15,000. Then we can go to 150,000. And these really are economies of scale. This is the main point for us to reduce the price. Because on the manufacturing side, we are working with Desma, who is setting up the robotic line. And they know exactly, you know, what we need to do to get a production ready that is affordable. So the main issue is really in reducing the price. Another thing is that when we are scaling up, we can also raise the yield. So in our lab, we are working on different media compositions to really get a higher yield per liter. And we have a third strategy that we can actually not grow within 1 batch, but to keep it continuous growing over, for example, 2 weeks. And this is where we think that we get to the consumer price of 45 euros.
Can I? Well, first, thanks for dreaming big.
Yes, of course.
So I'm just wondering, you are, of course, proposing something really that change the manufacturing habits, the wearing habits, fashion, right? So if you need to convince someone to wear your product or to manufacture your product, what is really your pitching to each of us, I mean, as a customer? Because it's something really revolutionary, what you suggest, but I'm really wondering about the cultural barriers in making this change.
So if I understand it correctly, like one of the things is you're wondering if the consumer would actually wear this. I've been working, so I started this project in 2014 as a research project where I was invited as a designer to work with having no experience in work with mycelium. And back then, no one was working on this. We launched the first proof of concept in 2016, where we had a lot of discussions with consumers. We did consumer research already in 2017, and they all learned actually that people, when they don't know what it is, that's why we call it Mycotex, they are perfectly fine in wearing this. When you start educating them, you have to educate them that first what they're wearing is crude oil, because their first reaction, obviously, with mycelium is that, oh, I don't want to wear a fungi. But when you then tell them, well, actually what you're wearing is oil, then suddenly they want to wear fungi. So either they are ignorant, which is fine, then they're just buying our products, and there are actually many of us that are there, or we educate them, and then they also want to wear it.
Thank you so much. Please give it up for Aniela.
Happy to talk more about it later on.
Mycotex by Nefa, and we still have the material here. So in case some of you also want to, I haven't even had it myself. I'm also going to do that. So please come here to the jury and make sure that you can also feel this. I think this haptic experience might be an important part of making your judgment. All right. So we have heard 4 pitches, which means 10 extraordinary more projects to come. How do you feel here? Maybe, I think it might be time to just stand up for a second and just kind of, it's like, oh, I've been sitting here so comfortably for the past, yes, exactly, that's the reason. Stand up and just stretch your arms or your shoulders. You can even yawn, that sometimes happens, and it's good to activate our mirror neurons, and that creates more empathy. It's never too bad when you see people pitching. So just kind of remember that you've got a body, we are allowed to move it, we are not allowed to do that during the pitches, which is why we're doing it now. Great, that was good, wasn't it? Okay, thank you so much. And now that we have gathered our attention, let me announce next not next on stage, also looking at the picture, which reminds me there is still one more picture that we haven't seen yet. Okay, it's good that you are seeing things that I don't sometimes. This is Mycotex, which I think you've had a chance to look at for a second now. Do we also have the image of Wave Out that we've been so looking forward to? We'll give it another round. Okay. Oh. Yes. So thank you so much for Carolina to actually bring in this image element to the pitches as well. And also be aware that you're not just seeing those for 20 seconds now, because we don't have that much time, but obviously they're also going to be available online. So if you want to check out and kind of refresh your memory with those beautiful images, please do so. And now I've almost kind of announced you 3 times. But now it is time for me to announce on stage Pilio from Germany, Georgia, Xidia, Kramanta, and Muhammad Ali Khan. Please, the stage is yours.
Let me tell you a story. Once upon a time, there was a very sweet and caring mom who really loved her son. Her son, Max, a 35-year-old man, suffered from diabetes and multiple disabilities. These lifelong conditions made it difficult for Max to support himself through his life, through everyday tasks. His mom would help him, and especially around matters of his health. She would order his medication, manage his medication, arrange everything that has to do with the doctor. But still, the main questions remained. Will Max take his medication on time? Will they find the doctor they need at the time they need for urgent health matters? Will the doctor know exactly Max's history so he can provide accurate advice? Will they find the help they need at the time they need it? And it's not only them. It's 200 million people across Europe only that suffer from chronic conditions and that they face the same exact problems in everyday life, in their life. 1 in 2 fail to follow the medication plan, and this leads to 200,000 deaths every year. But the story doesn't have to be like that. We are changing it. Pilio is building the health experience designed around the patient's life. We are integrating the healthcare ecosystem and bring the most important aspects of these people's life in one place so they can access it. We are making the health experience effortless. The best part is that last week we onboarded Max, and both his mom and Max loved Pilio, loved how our product is so simple, loved that they could find all these little pieces in one place without having to do any extra effort, loved that finally they found a solution built on their needs and their pains. And we love the fact that we saw that our efforts have an immediate impact on people's life, in their daily life. So, with Pilio, we offer to patients their medication pre-sorted into daily pill packs, daily sustainable pill packs, so everyone can stay on track of their medication and of their health. We offer a synchronized digital treatment plan, so they can have access at any time and can find all the information they need around their treatment plan without having to search around the house or post-its on the fridge. And then connection to a healthcare team, so they can have access to instant information when an urgent event occurs, and they don't have to wait any more long waiting times on the doctor line. And last but not least, a continuous monitoring of their symptoms, so they can have a holistic overview of their health over the years and how this improves, collecting useful data. The problem is huge, and it results in 125 billion euros in preventable costs in Europe. Our focus starts with specific disease segments in specific geography, and then we will expand in different geographies and more disease segments. The biggest benefit is for the patient, and the patient doesn't need to pay anything extra for it. We are making money through the medication. In the future, we also forecast 2 more revenue streams, because both insurances and pharmaceutical companies can benefit from Pilio. Insurances benefit from cost savings from the reimbursement costs, and pharmaceutical companies can benefit through the useful data in order to produce more efficient and accurate drugs. It's not only them who benefit, it's the whole healthcare ecosystem. We start by improving the lives and the quality of life of patients, which this results immediately to taking a burden out of the already overstretched healthcare ecosystem through the reduction of urgent hospitalizations. Best part is, since January, 9 months now, we have already secured pre-seed funding and a grant from the Berlin government. We have launched our closed beta and have our first users, and we have already delivered the first Pilio packs to patients within Berlin. Looking into the future, we want by beginning of next year to be able to integrate our product with key stakeholders of the healthcare ecosystem and also expand our operations further. Our confidence comes from our team. We bring to the table great experience in healthcare, pharmaceutical distribution, customer centricity, and international strategy. But most importantly, we bring great passion to bring life to our vision, to bring care back to healthcare. But we would love also your help. And how the competition and the community can help us is in 2 ways. With the award, we will be able to grow our team immediately and serve accurately the increasing demand of people who want to use Pilio. And also, from the community, we would love to find people, ambassadors and champions who believe in our vision and can connect us with even more interested parties or even patients, with the ultimate goal to reach as many people as possible the soonest so we can have the greatest impact, improve people's health and improve people's life. So please, don't hesitate, vote for Pilio, and let's create impact together today. Thank you very much. Maybe I've asked for it. Thank you.
I'm impressed. 1 minute left. I'm even wondering if you might have 1 more minute for questions here. So, please, the jury.
Great pitch, thank you very much, and thanks for shedding light on a not spoken enough problem. Now, there are organizations doing that very successfully in the US, like Lean Health. Why is it that they would not seek the European market?
So there are fundamental regulatory and operational challenges within the European market that differentiate them from the US. So the North Star in the US, the pioneer of the pill pack, was acquired by Amazon, not for their B2C route, but for the pharmacy software that they were using. In the European Union, the concept of blistering came up in the 70s, whereby to avoid or to enhance patient safety, you had to blister a single dose per package. What's changing now is because of the availability of technology, pill packs are now being used in care homes, but they're not widespread for B2C use yet. So there are operational and legal frameworks that are different, and also the focus of the market is also a bit different.
To go further, you have today in Europe very large companies distributing medicines. You have pharmacies. why should not do the same? And second, you have platform like you have Doctolib, for example, which is presently working on this. What's going the fact that you're going to win against all those competitors?
That's a great question. It depends on two things. One is the wave of digitization that happened post-COVID, when European countries realized that the overstretched hospitals needed help. What's happening because of that is that a lot of pharmacies are dying across Europe, because Europe has 2x the amount of pharmacies per capita than anywhere else in the world. And primarily the reason for that is that the regulations around mail order pharmacies or digitalization was not there. It's happening now. So Germany is also catching up on the wave. France is next on the list, and this already exists in Netherlands.
Thanks a lot for your presentation and your very integrated model involving a number of stakeholders that need to be taken into account, like pharmacies, doctors, and so on and so forth. The sentence, "the patient pays nothing," is on first sight quite a good one, but what we've learned from big tech companies is if you don't pay, you're usually the product, right? So how do you make sure that your model does not have any kind of perverted incentives for different stakeholders, like for the pharmacies to maybe, or for the doctors to prescribe more, the pharmacies to sell more, and so on. And of course, the product argument comes from the fact that it's all about data, and how do you secure your data? How do you go about this one?
It's a great question again. It's precisely why we need someone out of the system to do what we do. For the one reason that the problem that you mentioned is happening right now across EU because of the social insurance that happens. Doctors are monetized per patient visit. Pharmacies make money on medicine sales, but no one really cares about the patient's health. So by being out of the system and directly incentivizing our benefit to the patient's ease, what we ensure is that the whole ecosystem works well. We start off with the patient needs, and that's how we start integrating across the user flow.
Yeah, and to add on the data part, we are already are fully compliant regarding the data, and of course, it's not the data we collect is going to be the in-person, non-personalized data, because it's not what will make the difference at the end of the day.
Also, just on that point, what pharmaceuticals are missing right now is a really important point of data, which is real-world evidence and how the drugs work. So right now, the whole insurance reimbursement system, why medicines are approved by pharmacies or by pharmaceuticals, no one really knows how effective these medicines are. The kind of data that we want to give will help states actually effectively enhance the personalization of the medicine.
We still got a minute.
Oh, okay. Maybe just for me to understand, your product is the app application, right? And you are using the input from the pharmaceuticals, from the insurance companies, from the and so forth to connect all that and make it available to the patient. That's correct, right?
Yes. So we are the patient-focused app.
Yeah.
So the patient will upload the prescription on our app, and we take care of the entire backend for them. So once the prescription is on our system, the patient has a seamless experience. We get the pill pack sorted out by the repackaging companies. We make sure that the pharmacy delivers it, and pharmacy provides them the pharmaceutical advice.
So you do the aftercare as well?
Yes.
Because that's where I'm getting to. The patient can or has someone from your company that would be able to direct them if they have issues or problems?
Yes.
Yes.
So,
yep.
Okay.
So the service also starts after the patient has the prescription. Like that's how we start right now. That's how it works. And we move forward to support to every step of the way after the patient has the prescription on their hand.
Thank you. I know you're already stepping to the side. That is great because I'm stepping closer to you. Please give it up for Pilio, Chodja, and Muhammad. Let's have a look at the picture and take a moment to let it sink in. Nice. Thank you so much. And let's continue with the next project number 6 in line of the pitches today. How's the jury doing? You're still good? Anything you need? No, everyone's like very busy. Great. All right, I see one person stepping up here, but I still have 2 names on my list, so I'll just mention both, but I'm happy to welcome on stage Newcy from France, Caroline Betton and Solène Dalifard. She's not coming on stage. You're coming on stage. Give it up for you.
Hello, everyone. First, let me ask you a question. How many of you have already thrown a disposable cup away? Yeah. That's not surprising when you know that in Europe, more than 50 billion disposable cups end up in the garbage every year. Just to give you an idea, with all this plastic waste, we could build up to 10 Eiffel Towers. Luckily, governments like the French one, for example, are currently banning the use of plastic disposable cups. My name is Caroline, I'm the co-founder of Newcy, and we are ending the use of disposable cups at work. It all started with me and my co-founder trying to figure out the best way to make our coffee break more sustainable. So we started to look at alternatives to plastic disposable cups. The first alternative we found was disposable cups from other materials. But for us, it was a no-go because it's still waste and it doesn't encourage consumers to change their habit. The second alternative we found was a mug. The good thing is that it's reusable. But when we asked big companies about it, they had a lot of negative feedbacks, like most people don't use it. They leave it in the sink and it's not hygienic. We ended up putting back disposable cups. It appeared to us that as it wasn't turnkey, it didn't really work. That's why we created this beautiful reusable cup. So imagine tomorrow you're at work and you're getting your usual morning coffee. Except this time, it's served in this reusable cup. You can reuse it all day long, and at the end of the day, you simply put it back in one of our cup collector. Then we will come to collect it, wash it, and put it back to use, so there is no more waste. To access this service, our clients register to a monthly subscription based on their cup consumption for a 4-year contract. I'm very happy to say that we have already convinced more than 80 big companies, campuses, and institutions to trust us. What our client likes about our cup is that it can adapt in any vending machines. It's reusable for 12 years and recycled at the end of its life. It's suitable for food contact, and of course, it's manufactured in France. What our clients also like is that we work close to them to reduce CO2 impact. At first, when we started 6 years ago, we did our proof of concept in Rennes. Since then, we scaled up our business to go national. For washing our cup, we only use 7 centiliters of water per cup, and we have developed our own industrial process to offer high quality and hygienic process. More than that, we are there during the duration of our clients' contract to help them change their employees' behavior through game, awareness event, and impact reporting. And the impact of our service was proven compared to alternatives from the beginning, thanks to a life cycle analysis. Today, I'm very proud to announce that we already avoided more than 30 million disposable cups, not thrown away, that represent more than 100 tons of waste. We also avoided more than 400 tons of CO2 and 2 million liters of water compared to disposable cups. But we are not only having an impact on the environment. For washing and collecting our cup, we chose to build partnerships with local companies that employ either people with disabilities or people in reintegration, as we believe our impact should also be social. This choice allowed us so far to create more than 20 jobs. Because we want to create long-lasting change, we have organized an awareness event for more than 50,000 employees, and it's working, as we are switching our users' perspective. When we first started, the employee used a new cup for every new drink. Now, they are using the same cup for at least the second drink as well. In 2018, we raised €1 million to develop at a national level, which we did. It allowed us last year to reach more than €1 million in revenue, and up to date, we have €2 million in revenue secure as well for the following years. Of course, it wouldn't have been possible without a dedicated and passionate team composed of experts in industrial processes, sales, client satisfaction, and finance. With this amazing team, our goal is to reach 4 million in revenue in 2024. To do that, we want to scale to Europe. We will start with neighboring countries where we already have been contacted by potential clients, like Belgium, Luxembourg, and Switzerland. Winning the SIT would allow us to invest in human resources to lead this expansion and give us the credibility we need at an international level. And if you give us the means, the impact will be big. In 2 years, we want to avoid another 45 million disposable cups thrown away and create 14 new jobs for people with disabilities. I don't know about you, but personally, I don't want my children to pick up disposable cups in the ocean. I really just want them to pick up shell. That's why, together, we have to make sure that the best waste is the one we don't produce. Thank you. And here are some cups, if you want to.
Thank you, Carolyn, and very nice how it is full cycle. My question would be, how big...
5 minutes, please, from the tech. Thanks.
How big is the French market and the potential, and how are you going to grab the international markets? What do you need for that?
Yeah, so in France, there are about like 5 billion disposable cups thrown away each year, and in Europe, 50 billions. It represents a 4 billion market for us if we transform everyone using reusable cups. In 2 years, we aim to have 1% of this market. And as we already scaled up in France, we know how to scale our technical part. We also have a potential client, like I said, contacting us from the country we are targeting. But more important, 84% of our current clients also have offices in these countries, so we can grow with them as well. What, for me, we are really missing, and that's why I'm here today, we need someone that knows these countries, that have already been successful in implementing a new social innovation, and that can help us really make a big impact and change behavior as well in those countries.
So how is your how do you see competition, and how are the entry barriers for your product?
Yeah, to be honest, right now, when we are contacted by a potential clients, we are fighting against disposable cups and the mug. But it's true that there are also new companies that are starting to do something similar to what we are doing. And our main differentiation is that our cup is patented because it's the only one that can adapt in the vending machine directly. Also, we are the only one who chose to have also a social impact and work with people with disabilities. And we are also the only one that we don't just give them an innovation. We are there during the duration of their contract to make sure the change is happening. And it's something very important because a lot of our competitors, they give them like the logistical part of it, but then the behavior won't change and it won't be a success if you're not there to make sure it is.
So if you want to say so, the big advantage of disposable cups compared to your solution is that you find a dustbin every few meters. So how do you go about logistics? So how do you collect them? Is that on your side? And did you do any calculation so far whether this would be CO2, in terms of CO2, better than the old school variant, so to speak, of throwing away a cup?
Yes, the first investment we did as a company was a life cycle analysis to really measure all the impact of our service to make sure it would be better than disposable cups and even the mug, because if it wasn't, we wouldn't be there today. So it was. And what we do for logistics, we choose a local partner in every area we are implemented that are a company with people with disability, but that are also companies that already work in collecting waste. So they are already going to the company we are targeting, so we can use their way to take and bring back our cup as well.
Here, I just have a 2-second suggestion. You should absolutely focus a lot more on the B2B case rather than the B2C case, because that solves this problem. I mean, I totally see the solution in companies, in corporations, in universities, where you have concentration of people are hostage, you can set your bins there. The use case that you present of the street and so on, I think it waters down the potential of your solution.
Okay. And can I?
Oh, sorry. What is the biggest hurdle you see for scaling, either internationally or locally? What is the biggest challenge to scale?
What was or what will be?
To the company? Yeah.
Yeah. For us, it was washing the cup is a really new process, so we had to find the best way for washing the cup because no one does that. They wash cup for events, but it's not the same timing between where it's consumed and where it's used, and it's also not the same things that you put in the cup. So it's way more complex. So we had to develop our own process and also make it bigger in a bigger area to make sure it's working. So that was our biggest challenge so far.
Just to add to that, why are the companies not washing the cups on site? I mean, they all will have washing machines there that could do that.
They don't all have washing machine, and it would be exactly what they try to do with the mug, and it's not working. So that's why we want to make it easier also for them to collect and wash the cups, so we are sure they are used. Yeah.
10 more seconds for a final question.
You see more and more young people coming with their own mugs at the office.
Yes.
So isn't it a competition for you?
Yes, mug is a competition for us for sure, but the truth is when you have, you see always some people with the mug, but when you look at the global company, it's only maybe like 10, 20, 30% of them that are really using the mug. With our solution, from day one, everyone is reusing. And that's what we want to do because we have no time to wait for people to change their mind or be more like involved in environmental solution. We all need to change right now because the planet is not waiting for us.
Perfect closing words, Caroline from Newcy. Thank you so much. Again, the image here and the cups here, so feel free to come to the jury's table and check out the cups also in the lunch break. All right. And with this, we've got one more project that is between us and lunch. That is a tough slot to have, so please make sure to give him our full attention and welcome on stage Alga Energy, Carlos Rodriguez Villaförster.
Thank you very much, Katarina. You can all hear me, right? Yes. So, timer is on. My name is Carlos. I'm the Managing Director of Alga Energy, and today I'm going to talk to you about how we are contributing to what we understand, to address what we understand is the biggest challenge humankind must face in this century. So, this is a recent front cover of The Economist magazine, and it's spot on. We are already facing a global food catastrophe because we have an exponentially growing population demanding much more food. We have climate change actually reducing productivities with erosion of soils, droughts, etc. We have the lowest nutritional quality in our foods, lower than ever before. And on top, we have now realized that we have an excessive geostrategic dependence on some countries and regions for key inputs like energy, fertilizers, grain, etc. But how are all of these macro trends affecting farmers on the ground? Meet David. He's an average tomato farmer in Spain. Like any farmer, he has based his business on the availability of cheap energy, cheap fertilizers, free water, healthy soil, consistent weather, and proper regulation. The reality he's facing is very far from this. Energy cost has increased times 8, fertilizers times 3. He's facing the worst drought in 500 years. He's rapidly losing his main asset, the soil. The weather is unpredictable. It's very risky to be a farmer. And we demand more from him than we do from his foreign competition. Bottom line, it's really hard to be David. We must help him. Our future depends on this. The good news is that we already have tools to help David. Like the European Bioeconomy Alliance says, to address SDG number 2, we need to use biostimulants. So what's a biostimulant, you may ask? Biostimulant, to compare plant nutrition with human nutrition, is like a vitamin, like a probiotic, but for plants. It acts in minute quantities and provides great results. What kinds of results? Double-digit increase in productive yields, soil regeneration, and natural increase in the resistance to climate stress, drought, etc. And improved quality in what we eat, not only nutritional quality, but also the shelf life, even the taste. and very relevantly nowadays, double-digit reduction in agrochemicals, but without diminishing the competitiveness of the farmers, on the contrary. So that's why the market is growing very fast. And in this growth, microalgae, which are the origin of all plant-based life, and the reason we have oxygen on Earth, will have a key role to play. They are so innovative that they don't have a relevant market share yet, but that's what we are going to do. And they have techno-economical reasons to replace more than 50% of the currently marketed solutions. So these are some pictures of our facilities. We work with microalgae. We have presence across the whole value chain. We do research. We do large-scale production. We extract the bioactive compounds, stabilize the final products, and then sell them all over the world. What we do is unique and patented. So we leverage science and technologies to produce liquid products that are easily applied. And in a nutshell, what they do is they maximize the genetic potential of the crops, which is not being maximized right now. So in less than 2 hours, thousands of genes are upregulated, related to the benefits I just mentioned. I can talk about the competitive advantages of our solutions for hours, really, but I just picked 3 of them. So the first one is that we can guarantee stable quality, and this is a big issue in the sector. The reason is because we have full control over the whole production process from the first cell back to closing the bottle. So it's stable and optimized quality. Secondly, our solutions simply work better. We have demonstrated that in more than 500 field trials with statistical significance, third-party field trials with universities all over the world in all kinds of crops. And lastly, which is also very unique in the sector, we not only know that our products work, but also understand why. The underlying mechanisms of action, what happens in the soil microbiome, what happens at gene level within the plants. So what does it mean for David? Let's go back to him. David has a cost structure of around 13,000 euros, 15,000 revenues, so profit of about 2,000 euros per hectare. We can help David reduce his costs by cutting down fertilizers. That already has an impact of 23% increase in the profit per hectare. We can also help David produce more. A very conservative 10% increase in yield already provides David with a 75% increase per hectare. We can also help him produce better. Just 1 cent increase in the price per kilogram has a 75% increase impact in the profit per hectare. But normally what happens is that since we're maximizing the genetic potential of plants, all of these things take place in synergy, combined at the same time. And this is a number that is far more realistic, more than 100%. So it's completely revolutionizing the economics of the farmers. And that's not accounting for carbon credits derived from sustainable farming, nor the impact of improved soils on future harvests. And what happens if we have drought? Remember, we're facing the worst drought in 500 years in Europe. Normally, traditional thinking is, cannot do anything about it, no? Can we? It's bad luck. The reality is that we can do some things about it. This is a video of the University of Seville using our solutions in tomato. Both plants are stressed with drought. Both plants receive the same water in the same moments. The difference, the plant on the left, was pre-treated with our biostimulants. Sometime they receive back 100% of the water. You can see one resists the stress and produces. The other one uses all the energy to survive but doesn't produce anything. So the economics here pretty clear. It's make or break for David. So a value proposition for farmers is produce more with less, be more resilient to climate stress, and regenerate your main asset, your soil. But also for us as consumers who go to the supermarket, there are benefits. We'll have access to better foods with greater nutritional profiles, safer foods with less chemical residues, and in third world countries, access to more food at reasonable prices. That's why we are a global company already with 10 subsidiaries in these countries that are servicing now more than 3 million farmers that are already benefiting from our solutions. Behind the company, we have what is our main asset, the team, led by Augusto and Miguel, entrepreneur and scientist. Augusto has created more than 4,000 jobs. Miguel has spent more than 50 years working with microalgae. But then we have more than 100 people in these countries that are multidisciplinary, multi-generational, multicultural, coming from the large companies of the world of agrochemicals, willing to be part of the biorevolution that is taking place in this sector and that Alga Energy is leading. So with that, I would like to finish with a thought, which is sometimes when we realize that we have taken a wrong path, there is only one option left, which is to go back and take the right turn and follow the correct path. In a nutshell, that is what Alga Energy is doing, because we're going back to the origin of life to find the solutions for a future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Carlos. 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. Can you give me more data on the soil regeneration part? I think we get all the costs on the rest. Any research, any trials, anything you can tell me more about that? Thanks.
Sure. I'm going to use some backup slides if I can find them here. There's a lot of slides. So what we're doing, well, these are, to the second question, data on the economics. No? These are third-party trials done with the universities, with research centers specialized in agriculture. What's unique about these trials, apart from being different crops in different countries, is that we're not only comparing against a control without biostimulant, so standard practices without the biostimulant. We're also comparing against the other solutions that are currently being marketed. You can see the green bars, which are always surpassing the other solutions. Okay, I'm sorry.
My question is not about that. I think the case was clear. Okay. It's about the soil regeneration contribution on the overall impact list that you've given us, where I didn't see any data in online or in anything you presented.
My bad. So with regard to the soil regeneration, we're talking about the living part of the soil, the microbiome in the soil. That is the topsoil. And what we can see here, which is also third-party trials, the green bars are functional bacteria and functional fungi, how they are increased, revolutionized the whole microbiome when we use our solution. So the green bars is counting those functional microbiomes and how they are multiplied. And then on the right side of the slide, you have what are these microbiomes related to. And they are related to carbon pathways, nitrogen pathways. So in a nutshell, what it means is that when we use our solutions, we are increasing the organic carbon in the soil quite a lot. These are examples also from a well-known research center in Spain. So we're talking about, depending on the different times of a crop, always double-digit increase in the organic carbon content in the soils, because we are stimulating the microbiome in the soils, and then those microbiomes are fixating carbon. Yeah.
Mentioned also in the materials which we got that you're looking for potential partners to expedite your growth.
Yeah,
so what are you looking for? What kind of partners are you looking for, and what do they need to bring to this company?
Thank you very much for that question. So think about a company like Alga Energy as a company that is taking basic research from the universities. The first 8-9 years we dedicated exclusively to research with nothing, no sales guy, upscaling the technologies, and that's what we have done. And now we have products that are being sold in the market. So what we really need right now is partners to increase or reach and find the farmers, because it's a very traditional market. Farmers are very traditional. You need to reach them. The way to reach them is through the right distributors that understand the technologies that we have, the solutions, what added value they can bring to the farmers. So that's the process that we are doing. We have invested in this international expansion in the last years, hiring people who have the right network to get into those distribution networks. But we need to grow much faster. We don't have time to lose in this context. I mean, we're losing 1 hectare of land every 5 seconds. So if we have already solutions like this, remember the Green Deal says that we need to replace chemicals, fertilizers by 20% in 2030. We can do it today. We don't need to wait until 2030, but people don't know it, so we have to get out there.
Is there a time lag between using your product and the impact on the crops, or is it in the same, let's say, in the same harvesting cycle? Because farming is known for its innovation, because it's usually immediately works. But is here a time lag or not?
Yeah, we have demonstrated that in less than 2 hours, our solutions are generating upregulation of genes that are related to uptake of nutrients and all of that in less than 2 hours. So the effect within the plant is almost immediate. Then all of that, of course, you see across the whole phenological stages of the crop, and finally you get a product which you sell, which is the main KPI for the farmers to convince them. No? But then there is another hidden benefit, which is building up year on year, which is the quality of the soil. But that's an upside, I would say. We don't sell the product because of the quality of the soil. That's an upside. We sell it because the farmer gets much more money.
Is it very long to convince a farmer? And do you see, another places where it doesn't work?
Excuse me?
Do you see places or farmers that do not like your solution or don't want your solution?
Perfect question that allows for a yes or no answer.
It depends.
Here we go. Please give it up for Carlos from Alga Energy.
Thank you very much.
Let's have a look. Beautiful. Here we go. All right. That was a long morning. How do you feel? What's the level of energy that we've got in this room now? Maybe if you just show me your hands, like on a scale from up to here. It's like here's like, oh my God, I got so much input, I need a nap now. Here's like, I'm still good. And here's like, my brain is buzzing. My body might be not, but it's like, good, I'm impressed, great. That is good conditions to now go into the lunch break, to continue your conversations with all the finalists that you've already heard, and maybe even the ones that we're gonna see in the afternoon. Let me just repeat who we have heard. It was Wave Out by Dream Waves from Austria. We've heard Resortex from Belgium. We had Euphonia from Germany, Mycotex by Nefa from the Netherlands, Beetle from Germany, Newcy from France, and Alga Energy from Spain. Please give them another round of applause to all the finalists we had. And now it's time to go into lunch break. And during your lunch break, also don't forget to go to our collaborative structure and put your wishes for impact now on that structure so we really can co-create something there. If you now leave the hall, you just go to your left and there you'll find the lunch. We hope to have you back at 13:25 because you might have noticed I'm strict on time and we'll start here at 1:30. Enjoy your lunch break. All right. I can see still movement in the hall. That's totally fine. We still have 2 more minutes before we're going to get started. So I hope also the ones outside who might be able to hear my voice from the distance somewhere, you are also invited to come back into the hall and join us for the second round of pitches. Good thing in this room is that it's actually got tables. So you can also bring in your coffee or your drink or whatever you still had leftovers from lunch. Feel free to also bring them in so that we can settle again. Maybe you take a different seat. You know, sometimes a change of perspective does make sense, just to see the finalists from a different angle maybe, you know. All right, so I hope you had a good lunch break. It's like, yeah, I'm not so sure. Okay, let's have a look here. I still see that this collaborative impact structure over there is still very empty. I was like, don't you have any wishes for impact that we want now? Please continue to move over there, take a piece of carton, write your wish on it, and then just stick it. It's really easy and simple to do, and it's actually quite good fun. I'd like to see that grow a bit more. All right. So let's see how productive your lunch was. Did you talk to anyone new that you didn't know yet? Show of hands. Whoa, good. Wow, you're like extroverts here. Okay, great. Do you still remember the name of the person that you spoke to? Less people. Okay, yeah, that's the thing, isn't it? Did you already exchange contacts with that person? Like, okay, here's the LinkedIn Pro, good. So do that, you know, continue to talk to each other, continue to get in contact. As we checked the energy before, let's maybe do another energy check before we get started. So again, on this kind of level, I was super surprised to have all your energy levels up here. Well, maybe not surprised, but impressed. Before the lunch, how's it now? Is it like, okay, now after lunch, you know, this is usually where I do get my nap. I'm not getting my nap now, so you're more down here. Is it like you're so excited and looking forward to 7 more pitches to come and you're here? Or is it like you had a chocolate mousse boost and your energy is somewhere up here? Like, reaction is like, okay, good, yeah, good. Some people are like, I had 2 chocolate mousses, I'm up here. Okay, good. Well, great to have you back. And welcome you to our second round of pitches in the Social Innovation Tournament. All right, attention level is still here. I'm trying to get eye contact now, and where I do not get eye contact, I feel like the attention is somewhere else. Oh, good. It's like people looking up from the laptops, like, yeah, hi, I'm with you as well. Good, because we do need your attention as much as we had it in the morning, now in the afternoon, for more pitches to come. So with no further ado, and I know I do let my finalists suffer here a bit, like how long is she going to talk? I am now finished talking, and I am actually announcing our next finalist on stage, number 8 now, Juncker App from Italy, Paolo Fornari. The stage is yours.
Hi everyone, my name is Paolo. I'm social media manager for Juncker App. And today I want to start my presentation with 2 numbers. 505 kilograms, this is the municipal waste generated in the EU per capita, and 48%, this is the recycling rate in the EU for municipal waste. Considering that many countries are still below 30% of recycling rate, and the next target for recycling in 2025 is 55%, we can say that recycling must still increase. And it doesn't depend only on government's actions, but it depends on us, on citizens. That is why we have a superhero, Giacomo. Back in 2014, Giacomo was a student of informatics science at Bologna University. One day, he had to throw away a juice carton, but he didn't know how to do it. He started to look for information on the web, and he noticed that it was a bit difficult to find correct disposal information for his city. He wondered, how is it possible that a citizen cannot find such information easily and quickly? How can we solve this issue with technology? He came up with an idea with Juncker. Juncker is an app for waste sorting. Just by scanning the product's barcode, Juncker identifies the product, breaks down the packaging in its components, and tells you for each part the material and the correct waste bin to throw it away. And the information you get changes according to the place you live in, according to local rules for waste sorting. So in this way, there is no room for doubts and mistakes. This tool is free for users, while municipalities and waste disposal companies pay an annual fee based on the number of residents of the territory they serve. The annual fee is sustainable for them and profitable for us, and enables our clients to offer additional features to their citizens, like maps with collection points, calendars for door-to-door collection, or direct messages to the users. Are they satisfied with our service? I would say yes. Almost 100% renew the contract year after year. And not by chance, by the end of this year, we will get to 1,500 municipalities subscribed in our network, including large cities like Florence, Bari, and Turin. We have in our database 1.8 million explained products that covers around 90% of consumer products available on the Italian market. And of these products, 500,000 were suggested by our users and then verified by our team. So this shows the great engagement of our community. We have 2.5 million downloads in Italy, and consider that in our municipalities, 30% of the households use Junker on a daily basis, so actively. And so many users have done in the last 6 years 57 million searches within the app. On average, every month, almost 1 million searches. These great numbers are mirrored by a total revenue of 1.4 million euros for 2022. As you can see in the graph, we have been able to increase the revenues while limiting the cost. Tools developed internally allow us to set up a new client quickly and effectively, making our business highly replicable. And these results have been achieved without capital investments, so a solid, sustainable growth that has made us the market leader in this sector in Italy. Considering this year's revenues and the households in our territories, around 5.5 million, we projected a potential market in the entire country of 5 million euros and in Europe of 49 million euros. And this is a conservative estimate because we are not considering the future and present communication campaigns we do on waste and other pillars of the circular economy like reuse, sharing, and prevention. So what is our impact? First, an environmental impact. The quality and efficiency of the separate waste collection improve in Junker municipalities because citizens learn to sort waste better. And by sorting better, they are also able to divert packaging from mixed waste to other waste fractions sent to recycle, lowering the amount of CO2 emissions that may arise from the treatment of residual waste. We have estimated that in the last years, thanks to the app activities, our users have saved more than 9,000 tons of CO2 equivalent, corresponding to 62,000 flights from Bologna to Vienna. We also have a socio-economic impact. A municipality with Junker can save up to 34 euros yearly per citizen, considering the cost to manage residual waste. And Junker functions as a bridge between them and the citizens. For example, municipalities can interact directly with citizens by sending push messages. Citizens are the real protagonists of the transition to a circular economy, and we don't want to leave any of them behind. That's why we have structured the app to be used by blind people and visually impaired people as well, and it's available in 11 languages, so to be used by tourists and foreign communities. So why are we here? We won the tournament to act as a springboard for Junker to go to Europe. In this year, we have been working on enlarging our network by acquiring more municipalities and doing ad hoc communication campaigns. But in the next years, the goal is to go to other European countries, starting from Slovakia and Greece. And we would use the prize for resources dedicated to internationalization, so building networks and partnerships abroad. In the long term, we want to shape a society, a European society, in which citizens learn to sort waste and resources in a circular way to get as close as possible to a zero impact goal. So from my side, from my team, thank you for your attention.
Perfectly below time, and please accept my apologies for my horrible German pronunciations, of course, Junker. 5 minutes for the jury.
Thanks a lot for the presentation. I start with a very practical question and then another one, if I may. First of all, what if there is no barcode available anymore? Do you have a solution for that? And secondly, have you experienced some sort of gap between intention and action? So I could look up where to bring it, but do I really bring it?
Can you repeat the question?
I could look up where I have to dispose it so that it gets recycled, but do people actually do? Okay. So to put it differently, are you tracking the bring back rate to those places in any extent?
Okay, to answer your first question, of course we have other functions to identify a product when there is no barcode. So there is a typical text search. So by category, you can look up in a list of more than 1,000 categories. Then there is the symbol search there. So you can look up the symbol, the recycling symbol on the packaging, and by its shape. And Junker describes it, so tells you the meaning and the correct waste bin to throw the packaging away. And we have developed a better function, this one, the image recognition. So the user can try to take a picture of the object, and Junker will try to identify the object, giving you the disposal information. Of course, this is a better function. So the more the users take pictures, the more Junker learns to identify the products. Regarding the second question, of course, we are not at home with people, so we cannot know if they actually put in the right waste bin. But we have noticed from our statistics that at the beginning, in a new municipality, people do a lot of product searches because they don't know how to sort waste, so they want to learn. After a while, we noticed that the searches are stable, but other kind of searches improve, like searching for collection points on the maps or for recycling symbols. So it means that they have learned to sort the waste, and now they are looking for more. They are looking for more specific information. So and also municipalities renew the contract year after year. So we suppose that Junker is actually improving the quality of the separate waste collection there.
I have two quick questions. How do you protect from future competitors that will have the same idea or will say it's a good idea? And second, if you go to Europe, why Slovakia's first country?
I didn't understand the question.
Why do you go to Slovakia if it's the first country? What's the reason?
Okay, so we have chosen Slovakia and Greece for two main reasons. First, a partner of ours has already projects in place there, an Italian partner. So we have already, let's say, a foot there. And second, these are countries that are still below the targets for recycling. So Junker can be the perfect tool for the citizens to feel the lack of information that is there and to guide them in the waste management system. Concerning the second question, I have a backup slide with the competitors. So these are the main competitors in Italy and in Europe. So the elements that distinguish ourselves from the others are first the database. So we have a large database that continues to grow, and no other apps have such database. Second, we have the barcode scanning. So a couple of apps here have the barcode scanning, but it's powered by Junker. So we are inside the apps. So we are the only one giving this service. And then the app is available in 11 languages. So usually the apps in Italy, at least, they are made by waste disposal companies. So they are for their territory and not for the entire country. They are usually in Italian and in English, so not in 11 languages. So these are all elements that distinguish us from the others.
Thank you very much, Paolo. I had lunch with Paolo, for full disclosure. One question I didn't ask, though, is that we know that all these countries that are above 40% of recycling in Europe have a pay-as-you-waste incentive and policy that is also enforced by the municipality. Do you see a difference on the impact of your app in municipalities that have such a fine and in others? And if so, what's the real value add when they don't have that incentive?
Of course, in these municipalities that have a pay-as-you-throw system, Junker is even more important because people are paying for what they produce. So the more residual waste they produce, usually the more they pay. So it's better for them to use the app to recycle better and lower the fee. And actually, there is an Italian municipality within Junker that has this system already. And we have done a partnership with them to also to calculate the CO2 impact of their waste management system, and it was successful.
Perfect. Successful is the final word. Please give it up for Junker and Paolo.
Thank you very much.
With some people, I'm like, are they waiting for me to hug them? I might do that at one point. Let's have a look at the beautiful image we've got. All right, so let's continue with our next finalist team. We're actually going to stay in Italy, but we're moving on to a very different topic. So please welcome on stage with me, Hale from Italy, Gaia Salizione and Vittoria Brolis.
Hello everyone. We are Vittoria and Gaia, and we are here to present you Hale. And we are going to start from an example, scooters. In this scene, you can see the very famous Italian scooter, his inventor, who's showcasing for the first time the new prototype of the Vespa. And among all his male co-workers, he decides to ask his marketing assistant to come and try it out. She seems pretty uncomfortable, but she decides to give it a try. But after a few times, she gives up. So he decides then to ask another assistant to come and do the same thing. But this time, he gets an honest answer. If she would jump on, everyone will see her legs. So before being changed to what it is today, the Vespa was designed actually on only one standard, and it was the male standard, and was completely overlooking the needs of female bodies. And of course, this didn't just happen in the case of Vespas. A lot of objects that we use today are designed on only one standard. But when this principle gets to healthcare, the impact of this decision can be huge. That's why we overlook pathologies that affect only female bodies, that we understudied them and underfunded them. And this is the case of chronic pelvic pain, a pathology that affects 26% of people with a vulva. And if you have never heard about it, that's exactly the problem. But what is it? So it's a feeling of pain in the pelvic genital area, so between your belly button and the vulva, which is chronic. That means it stays with you more than 3 months. And if you have it, if you have a pathology like vulvodynia or endometriosis, your life will be heavily impacted. You will not be able to go out with your friends, or work, or wear tight jeans, or even have sex without pain, or be able to sit on these chairs today. So it's not surprising that up to 73% of people suffering from chronic pelvic pain also suffer from forms of anxiety, depression, and other mental health issues.
And it's exactly for these people that we created Hale, as we provide personalized mental health for people with chronic pelvic pain to help them manage pain on a daily basis and lower the amount of pain. And it's not just another app, because the innovation lies in the content, and that's how it works. As a user, you will provide us some information about your symptoms, your goals, your challenges that you experience every day with this pain. And based on this information, we will mix and match and combine guided sessions of psychotherapy and sex therapy together in order for you to create a unique path. You're going to be able then to implement it into your routine, blend into it, and finally become independent in managing your pain on a daily basis. What do you find in the app? Well, of course, the guided sessions that are evidence-based, the possibility to track your progress over time in order to keep motivated toward your goals, and most importantly, the community space, where you can get peer-to-peer support and ultimately feel less alone. So where do we stand today? We have an engaged community of patients back in Italy of counting more than 9,000 members, and their engagement, their urge for a solution was even more evident to us when we launched our pilot program in June. So we offered 120 members of the community our pilot program, and of those, 28 actually accepted, paid, and experienced the program. And in just 4 weeks, they all reported incredibly higher results in pain management skills. And one of the feedbacks that we like the most is one of Elena, which says, "It was amazing to see how much I was doing for myself. I felt I could finally make it." But it was not just about Elena, because most people reported an incredible result, that they could finally focus more on their actual life than on pain. And we believe that to get there, you have to be continuous and constant in time. And that's why we envision a B2C subscription model. In a way, the user is triggered to bring on the therapy a long time and can choose between a monthly, quarterly, and yearly plan. And based on this model, we envision high operating margin, very low average acquisition costs for our beta now, and a steady growth in the next 4 years, reaching break-even by 2025. So let's talk about the market. This space is really untapped. If we consider all patients worldwide with this pathology in target, we could help more than 304 million people. But when we get to Europe, we could still help more than 1.5 million just with our product. And in this space, we believe we are unique because we have a first mover advantage in this space, as we stand out for our specificity on chronic pelvic pain, for our lifestyle approach. We don't sell just a course, it's the lifestyle support for the user. We have an engaged community at the basis. We are digital, personalized, and aim to be a prescription-based app in the future. So, to get there, we have a clear path. We're now working on our beta production, which we are going to launch next month, so we're very excited about it. We're going to run it for several months until it's good to go enough to build our own proprietary app at the beginning of 2023. And to do that, of course, we envision a relevant fundraising effort, raising 400,000 euros for a 4 to 5 million euro valuation. But in this, we believe that the SAT prize would be really a critical first step to reach all this, as it could really allow us to hire our first full scientific members, to support the technical infrastructure for the first 6 months of our existence, and the first marketing test on the German market.
We have the right competencies to make all these become true, and we have the right motivation, since we are living the problem firsthand. We are collaborating with 2 experienced scientific advisors in order to back everything we do with science. But for us, this is just the beginning, because the impact we plan is systemic. We are now focusing on improving the well-being of patients, but the real game changer at a societal level would be breaking down taboos on pelvic conditions and really fostering a more inclusive research on female healthcare. And we need a systemic approach, because we need to change the way we design health solutions by bringing together patients' experience and scientific research. Because we don't want any more Vespas that are designed only on one standard. What we want is a healthcare system that really includes the diverse needs of people. It's not a rare disease, and it's much more than a health condition. It's a social issue. And today, we can change it together. Thank you.
Thank you. Beautiful, thank you. 5 minutes for your questions.
Okay, congratulations for your work and your presentation. A couple of questions. Sure. First, how do you reach your potential customers? And when you think your company is valuing 4 or 5 million, so which is the assumption you made?
Sure. So regarding the customer acquisition, let's say, or how we reach our customers, our own experience is community-based, as we mentioned. So for us, until now, has been completely organic through partnerships in communication space, online mostly, but also offline events, building up this strong community mode to foster then the growth. Of course, it has to change in the future as we want to expand much more once the beta is completed, and there we're going to have more also paid advertising, SEO, and let's say a marketing mix that is, like of a completely different type compared to now. But for us, the community will be always the very base of everything. So we plan, when we even expand to other countries, to build a cultural base and a country-based community. And regarding the valuation, of course, it's very difficult at our pre-seed stage to set a specific evaluation, let's say, but we base on the benchmarks we have in the market currently in terms of the femtech space. So valuations of similar companies that are doing what we are doing, basically.
First, thank you very much for bringing more attention to this very taboo issue. So kudos on you for just that already. 2 questions. The first one is, if it's community-based, how do you ensure the scientific integrity of the information shared on this platform? And the second question, based on your user fee model, how do you ensure that it's also inclusive, so that low-income female or people with a vulva also have access to the service? Thank you.
Maybe I can answer on that. So we back everything we do with science, really, in the sense that we are based with, we base our work with 2 scientific advisors. What we do, we bring what science has already validated. We bring evidence-based therapies directly to patients, and we do that thanks to the collaboration with our scientific advisors. And second...
I'm sorry, I understand that part. But my question is, in the conversation in community, that you really, your model is all on peer-to-peer exchanges, where we know that a huge percentage of this information happens on every platform.
No, I understand. So there are actually very interesting studies that show that actually what happens in such communities of peer-to-peer health advice are actually very accurate. But what happens in our community is that we have moderators, and we try to share information that are really on the daily experience of patients, so not really on the therapies, but much more what is your daily experience as a patient. So there is a difference also on the information that are allowed also to be discussed in our community, if it answers. Can I ask you, sorry, your second question? Sorry.
It was about the user fee and guaranteeing an inclusion of low-income participants.
Yeah, sure. So as any business, probably we need to start somewhere. So let's say that ethically, we want to reach a point where users don't pay at all. And that's why we are now based in Germany, and we are aiming at becoming on a prescription-based app, meaning that in Germany, next up France, and let's hope other European countries next, are establishing this system where practitioners can actually prescribe a digital app that has been validated, as he does with pills, for instance. So the user pays that through the insurances that he already pays through the national healthcare system. So that's the aim. Of course, to get there, we have to start somewhere. So for now, we are on a paying level, let's say, but we will always try to balance our, cost coverage needs and what is ethical. And we're already doing that, like by discussing with the community the pricing even.
I have a question around impact. How are you going to measure that? And what is your big, hairy goal?
That's a very good question. I think I take too much to go on our slide, but I will stay on this slide. So right now we are really focusing on bringing something to patients that improves their well-being. So we are based on scientific indexes to see that what we are doing and providing really has a benefit in their life. When it comes to breaking down taboos, it's of course a very difficult point to measure, but through our communication, that's a big part of what we do in our work with our community. So we bring awareness. So we are breaking down taboos through the communication that we do. So we are going to calculate also how much far we reach out from our community. And to foster a more inclusive research, we want to see really also numerically how many papers we are able to publish in collaboration with the research institution that involve us directly or our community of patients directly.
Perfect, thank you. Unfortunately, no more time. Please give it up for Hale, for Gaia, and Vittoria.
Thank you.
And again, directly a bit of a visual reminder of what we just heard. All right, and with this, let's move on. This time we're going to go to Austria, and we're going to hear about the project. Leag Innovations, and please welcome with me on stage Martin Miltner.
Thank you very much. Hi, my name is Martin. I'm CEO and co-founder at Leag Innovations, and I'm going to tell you today how we will make the products that you consume on a daily basis more healthy and more sustainable. But I want to start with two questions to the audience. Who of you has been on summer vacation already and did use some sunscreen to protect his or her skin? A lot. That's great. That's very important. And second question, who of you had ever had a look on the list of ingredients of such a product, wondering what all those chemicals are? Great. That's also very good. So whether you like it or not, the modern way of life that we live is based on the consumption of products that contain chemicals, synthetic chemicals, to provide the products with functions they would otherwise not have. And those chemicals are non-sustainable and in many cases also hazardous. Coming back to the example of sunscreen. The most important ingredient is the UV blocker, out of which 80% are made from fossil crude oil. The component is hardly biodegradable. It accumulates in ecosystems, animals, plants, and most importantly, the component is known to enter the human bloodstream, causing allergies, hormonal dysfunction, and even cancer. And sunscreen is only one example for a ton of consumer products that behave similarly. So if we want to change our way to a more healthy and more sustainable society, we need to act on the ingredients now. And the right time exactly is now, because people, consumers like you and I, start raising questions. Regulators all over the world start to ban chemicals from the market, and manufacturers are desperately searching for alternatives for their health. And Leag Innovations now provides such an alternative in form of a novel biomass-based platform material. The very material that we work with is lignin. Lignin is a major component of biomass, like cellulose, and it protects the plant from environmental stress. Sorry. We now take our patented technology to transform this very heterogeneous biomaterial to a standardizable, yet refined and industrially applicable product that is sold. Thank you very much. That is sold to industries like cosmetics, paints, textiles, packaging, and even more. So in a nutshell, we take plant waste material that otherwise would be burned or dumped and produce a high-value good for chemical industry and cosmetic industry. But what makes us special? We can use almost any biomass, any plant material that is growing on the planet. Our process is eco-friendly. We don't use any hazardous chemicals, and the product has very high performance and reproducible quality. The market opportunity that we are talking about is big. It's $19 billion US, while in the first place, we will focus on small volume but high price niche markets like UV protection and antioxidants, mainly in the cosmetic market. And when we grow mature, we will also diversify to more bigger applications that are typical for general chemical industry. The business model is quite simple. So first and foremost, we produce our ingredient and market it as an ingredient to the industry via direct sales or distributors. We support our customers in applying our material to develop their own applications. And in later stages, we will act as a technology provider for large-scale applications together with partners. Of course, we are not alone in the field. We see that the market of synthetic ingredients is dominated by huge companies from the chemical industry. Some of them are still in Europe. Many of them are already in China. But nevertheless, there are already additional new products on the market. By the way, also one SIT, former SIT component has a product here. But we have a clear advantage over them. We have higher performance, lower production costs, and a cleaner production process. We have already achieved broad patent protection for our technology. We have indicated that our product has high efficacy, is safe, and is sustainable. Currently, over 10 pilot customers from the cosmetics and paint industry are working with our material and are developing their own products with it and are providing us with very valuable feedback from the market. And later this year, we will open up our own commercial production in order to be able to enter the market early next year. This will together come with the first sales and revenues, and it's a most important milestone in the next months. That will be followed by a second investment round that we plan and a production ramp up next year. And subsequently, we will develop additional products to diversify and commission a large-scale production plant in the year 25. This all would not have been possible without a great team that currently consists of around 10 engineers and business people with together more than 50 years of experience in the field. And we are backed by external advisors, incubators, and funding agencies. We will positively influence over 5 million people as customers of cosmetic and paint products within the next 4 years, just by providing a 100% natural ingredient without any microplastics or harmful chemicals. The visibility gained taking part in the SIT tournament already pushes us strongly forward on our way. But even more, if we would receive the prize money, we would be able to secure an additional national Austrian grant of 750,000 euros. And we would use that fund to scale our production and to attract additional customers much earlier, so that we can much earlier broaden our impact on the society and on the environment. So please support us on our way to revolutionize the chemical industry and to save our planet. Thank you.
Thank you so much. 5 minutes to you.
I'm not a chemist, most obviously, so my question would be, but don't you have, as you mentioned sun cream at the very beginning, don't you have to do any medical tests or kind of dermatological tests or whatsoever that could prevent you from growing as you indicated?
This is absolutely true. In America, sunscreen is a medical product. It is not a medical product in European Union. Nevertheless, what you have to deliver is data and analysis that you are safe for the application on human bodies. We have all this data already because this is absolutely mandatory to be able to sell the product to any manufacturer. Yes.
Thank you very much for the presentation. I heard you say that your product, or at least the input that you are creating, is for those that are producing, for example, sunscreen, to be able to use that. I also heard you say you are going to be producing your own direct products to sell to customers. Which is your focus? Is it as an input for manufacturers of products such as sunscreen, or is it for yourself to be producing a product for the consumers directly?
We considered that a lot in the early days, but definitely over 95% is going in a B2B market, because we are a nobody, we don't have a name, we don't have a brand, so it doesn't make any sense for us to place the product very early with our own brand. Nevertheless, we have learned that it is very important to have a product at hand, so we can go to any cosmetic manufacturer to indicate, look, this is working, this is a solution that we would apply, would you like to copy that? And by the way, of course, this could then also be branded and sold as a B2C concept, but this will be done later.
What is the convincing argument for your customer to start using your material instead of what they were using so far? That's one question. The other one is, can you be a bit more specific on impact? So there is an idea that it will be better than traditional material, but can you be more precise on what impact it will have?
These are two good questions. It is important to know that sunscreen especially is a very difficult product, and if you change something, it typically takes like 6 months to even 2 years for the product to be developed. So it is initially an effort to get people to do such a thing. Nevertheless, UV filters is such a big topic in cosmetic industry that no matter to who we talk or to who we write an email to, we're almost certainly in a meeting with them, because everyone knows in the industry that UV filters is a serious topic. Concerning the measuring of impact is really difficult for us. Basically, what we do is we monitor the amount of products that we sell. We know especially the performance ratio of our product to a conventional UV blocker. And what is important to mention here is that our product typically is 4 to 5 times more efficient than a conventional UV blocker. So we can recalculate from our sales, more or less directly, of how much conventional UV filter or other chemicals in other products do we save. And this is the lever that we use for direct calculation of impact.
All major cosmetic companies are working on this issue and are pushing innovation. your main market is a very large corporate, or is medium cosmetic companies that do not have the sufficient innovation to innovate with a product like yours? Where is exactly your market? and to finalize, if it's a very big corporation, don't you need much more money to develop because they will look for a strong partner rather than a small partner?
We start with small and innovative companies, because we see that the product development cycle is very fast there. We get immediate feedback from the market and from working with the material. And this direct connection is very important for us now in these days. Afterwards, we will distribute via distributors who have like 500,000, 2,000 customers. And after that, we will also accompany with the big companies like, don't know, L'Oréal, Yves Rocher, to partner up and to really have big impact.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Please give it up to Martin and Innovations. So, from Austria, we are going to move back to Italy, actually, to have everyone's attention, because we do want to give it to our next speaker, our next finalist, the next pitch, number 11, from Italy with us today, Seads, Fabio Dal Monte. Please give it up for Fabio.
Thank you, thank you. My name is Fabio, and with Seads we are developing the most effective solution to collect the plastic in river and save the ocean. 10 million tons of plastic are entering the ocean every year, and this is 1 truck of plastic every minute. And this quantity will increase 4 times by 2050. And by then, there will be more plastic than fish in the ocean. Plastic now spread across the whole globe and reaches areas that before were completely natural. Microplastics are a real threat to marine wildlife, trapping them and causing them wounds and even deform their bodies. Microplastics, on the other hand, are mistaken by birds and sea wildlife as food, decreasing their reproductivity and even causing death. Eventually, microplastics enter the human food chain, and this causes like a series of problems to humans. Only 1% of the plastic that enters the ocean is now floating. The rest is already in the bottom of the sea. And furthermore, collecting the plastic in the ocean is very challenging, costly, and carbon footprint, a very high carbon footprint. So at Seads, we wonder ourselves, why what if the plastic doesn't even enter the ocean in the first place? The 80% of the plastic that enters the ocean comes from the rivers. And this happens all over the globe. Even in Italy, for example, in the Sarno River, and in your own country, actually. Knowing that the plastic enters the ocean from the rivers is actually a great opportunity for us. It is needed a sustainable, low-cost, and effective solution. And this is why we developed the Blue Barrier, a patent and tailored technology that tackles the plastic in rivers. It collects the plastic in the surface and below the water surface. This is because plastic are transported in the first 50 centimeters of water, and the barriers sink up to 90 centimeters. Our technology can collect up to 100% of the plastic transported by selecting the strategic location in the river. Our barriers do not impact river wildlife or boat navigation, and it resists to very strong currents thanks to a solid structure, a secure system, and a very resistant anchoring. Our modular design allow to optimize the efficiency and make the barriers adaptable to any kind of river. We do not just collect the plastic, but we identify the right technologies for maximizing recycling and creating revenues to cover the cost of the maintenance of the barriers and creating local value. Last year, we installed the 15 meters long of barriers in the Tiber River in the very center of Rome. In just 3 days, we managed to collect 1 cubic meter of mixed plastic, 9 kilograms of meso and microplastic, and also 4 cubic meters of wood. This was just in 3 days, in summer and in dry season. Just imagine what we can collect in 12 months. So last year, we installed our first final product, but also we already completed a long-term installation in Rome in another river. And next year, we will install in the Sarno River, the one you saw before, for a long-term project. We aim in 5 years to reach 13 installations, and at that point we will be able to collect 70,000 tons of plastic per year. We will reduce carbon CO2 emission of 40,000 tons per year. We will create 280 direct and indirect jobs, and will save 7,000 birds and sea mammals every year. Our customers are public administration, but also private companies that sponsor the installations. Considering an average revenue per installation, we forecast in 2023 to reach 600K revenues from the installations and 65K from recurring revenues, maintenance and sponsorship. In 5 years, we forecast to reach 1.4 million of revenues for installations and 370K from recurring revenues. How are we going to reach these objectives? Next year, we are going to complete the 3 installations that are already in the pipeline, and thanks to SIT prize, we will be able to hire an expert in sales to public administration, which is absolutely fundamental to our growth. In 2028, we'll create a partnership with Acceptance, an international big player. In 2025, thanks to this partnership and the company that is present locally, we will enter Chinese and Indian market. And this will allow us to reach our objective. This is our team. I founded the company with Mauro, and now there are 6 of us in love of the ocean and absolutely committed to save it. So we don't have time anymore, and we must act now. And as David Attenborough remarks, I would like to ask you how you will be able to look at the eyes of your grandchildren and say, I knew what was happening to the world, but I did nothing. So vote for us, help us stopping the plastic in river and save the ocean from plastic pollution. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much. Your 5 minutes.
Thank you. You're solving a very important problem.
Thank you.
What about IP on your installations and your whole solution?
Yes, they are covered by a patent. At the moment is Italian, but we are already working in a new technology that we will be covered worldwide.
And one other question, how you could scale this much quicker, in my view?
The partnership with a big company will help us a lot. This is a company that is in filtration sector and not just, so very linked to our sector. and they are present all over the world. The connection with the local administration is absolutely fundamental. We tried on our skin. In Italy, we're doing great because we have good direct connections, and we're already doing great in Philippines because we found a good sales guy that has good connections. So this is going to be the strategy, a good network for the sales.
Fabio, thank you very much for your work. So you look after the plastic and you recover the plastic from the rivers. But can you please specify about the other value chain, so how the plastic then is recovered and transformed? Do you have a partnership or you support a partnership with local companies?
So now, is a huge topic everywhere, and technologically we are everywhere in the world. Is there a lot of work that's been done, but we are not yet that. So what is important in order to maximize the results now is finding the best solution locally. So the solution will be different according to the specific place. However, we are working on another partnership with SAP, the IT international company. They are going to offer a system for tracking the plastic and label it as ocean plastic, and also using their e-commerce platform in order to use it to sell it at a premium price because it is labeled. So this is going to help a lot in order to create revenue locally, in order to make it economically viable for the local administration. This will help a lot in order to make easier to adopt our barriers.
Yes, as a follow-up to that, whenever a project it depends too much on partnerships with public administrations, it gets me very nervous. So, so what is the main adoption barrier in public administrations, but also what parallel avenues might you have with these more like private sector opportunities that you're describing?
Yes. Sorry, I didn't get it. You're asking what is the revenue opportunities?
No, main barriers for public administrations, why would they not? But then also, what are your opportunities to grow via private sector partners?
Yeah. So actually, so a big part, a cluster of our customers are actually private companies that sponsor their installation. The public administration are always going to be the final decision maker, so are going to be anyway be there. But as a sponsorship, is going to be a product that is going to increase a lot, and we are already finding a lot of good opportunities actually.
Small question, maybe. You said that your installations are also not harmful to the to the life which is in the rivers. Could you just explain a little bit how that works? Because I see a front where the water goes through. So how do you save the fish that are in the river, for example?
Well, actually, so the barriers, we tend to use just one barrier because we can install in very target places where waste accumulates. So the rest of the river is free, but also it sinks up to 90 centimeters. Below is completely free, and also it gets to a collection basin that actually is linked again to the river. So even if the fish would like to go in the collection basin, where it can go back, or also going ahead through the collection basin. And also the barriers can be colonialized by local fauna, and can be actually lived by birds and wildlife.
You might want to have one more question. Yes,
thanks, Katarina. She's coming.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Fabio. I have to ask, though, how is that different from the blockbuster in that field, ocean cleanup, and the interceptor operating in rivers?
Yes,
Gotta be quick now.
Yes, we are in contact with them, and we collaborate with them. We believe that needs to be simpler than the ocean cleanup. It can be very simpler. We try to do that since the beginning, but we are going to even improve the simplicity, low cost, and fast installation.
Simple and fast. Here we go. Thank you so much. Give it up
Thank you very
for
much.
Seads and Fabio. Nice. So, we're getting closer to the final countdown. 3 more projects to go. And I'm just doing a bit of a check here again. How you're feeling right now. Maybe we do need to move a bit at some point, and I think it might be a good moment to do this now. So, I've got a little suggestion for you here. What if we just work a bit on our stiff shoulders that usually toughen up when we sit quite a bit, and we do it the following way. Feel free to do this with me. You stretch out your arms, and then you put the right arm, let's say, a bit higher, and the left one a bit lower, and then you cross them like this. And now what you do is you put both arms up, and you try if you can actually touch the inner palms. And some people are like, yeah, sure, easy, I can clap. And some people are like, well, how is this not anatomically possible? It doesn't matter if you do this or if you do that, but you just somehow try to get them close together. And now what happens is you try to actually keep your shoulders low, your arms like this, and now you actually move your arms up whilst keeping your shoulders low. And this should create a nice little stretch in your shoulder blades. Can you hear that? Then give me a little hum. Hum. Oh, good. Good, yeah. Just do it very slowly. Don't do too much of it, but just kind of giving it a very gentle massage. And then you lower it again. Then you untangle, and maybe just do this a bit. And now just let's do it the other way around. So we've got 2 shoulder blades. So again, like this. Left one up, right one down. Do it like this. Up, and somehow it's always one side works a bit better than the other. Maybe that's the same for you. It always is for me. And then again, keep the shoulders down and just put the arms and the elbows slowly up, and you should have another nice little stretch in your shoulder blades. Give me a little hum if you can feel it. Does it feel good? Does it not feel good? I hope it does feel good. Do not tear any jackets or so when you do this exercise. That can happen. And just breathe, and then you just put it down again. And just a bit like this. How does that feel? Does that feel a bit lighter? Good. So, can we continue? 3 more projects? Okay. Well, then let me announce with great pleasure, and going back again from Italy to Austria, seems to be a bit of a pattern here in the afternoon session, to our next finalist. I welcome on stage from Austria, Beetle Fortech, Matthias Sammer.
Before we start, I would like to ask you, who had breakfast this morning? Yeah, oh yeah, I see many hands. I suppose most of you were sitting back home in your kitchen on a wooden table. No? But usually you do. But did you ever ask yourself where the timber for the table came from? I suppose not. On average, 1/3 of timber is illegally sourced. This is your house and your room. You probably didn't know that, and that's not surprising. My name is Matthias, co-founder of Beetle Fortech. We're an international team of enthusiastic industry insiders who change global timber sourcing for the better. Wood is an intensively traded raw material, and the demand for timber is increasing and increasing. This threatens global forests and ultimately the basis of our livelihood. Annually, we lose the size of Iceland due to illegal activities in the forest. Governments miss out on 152 billion of tax income year after year. And people are severely suppressed by systematic corruption and crime. There are so many problems related to illegal forestation that we could go on for hours. But the really bizarre thing is that international timber regulations are in place, specifically targeting timber markets. So the question is, why do we keep seeing massive forest areas disappear? The short answer is, there is no independent service and technology provider to close the gap between society, firms, and forests. And that's where we come in, Beetle Fortech, an independent watchdog for global timber sourcing. we develop an end-to-end machine-based timber tracing and certification system, such that timber can be traced all the way back to the exact origin of growth. Our system comprises of two components, tracing and monitoring. To trace individual logs, we basically apply QR codes representing coordinates on each tree that is harvested. The tree is then forwarded to a sawmill, where we scan each tree, retrieve the location information, and close the information loop back to the exact origin of growth. Interconnected with this system is our forest monitoring. We use the previously collected data to verify the activities on the ground. But let me explain. Imagine Jack cutting down a couple of trees in the northwestern part of Germany. After felling, Jack applies a tracing tag using our patented device. Essentially, the device records precise coordinates, sends this information to our backend system. So each tree has a unique identity. Interconnected with the system is our forest monitoring. We use the previously recorded information to check on the precise coordinates. We verify whether the trees have actually been removed. We calculate biomass and verify the activities on the ground. The trees are then transported to a processor such as a sawmill. There, we scan each single processed tree and filter out those that are encoded and certified with our system. Here, we close the information loop and stream all data in our persistent and tamper-proof database, such that the information is available just with a couple of clicks. With this system, we cover the entire data value chain in forestry end-to-end. So where does it lead us? Developing a machine-based tracing and monitoring system. Remember, firms are obliged to prove a seamless chain of custody, and we collect precise intelligence of individual trees, allowing us to monitor resource flows. What all this is pointing to is ways beyond sustainability and is in fact enabling regenerative forest management. But what happens if we do not go down this road? Well, I don't think I need to tell you what happens if we lose our forests. Forestry is an immensely complex market, and the issues around timber tracing and the legal activities are massive, but also known. The Austrian timber industry has therefore organized a hackathon in 2019. Out of this event, the distilled outcome was us, Beetle fortech. We target timber processors such as sawmills, traders, and forest owners, embedded in the global market of 4.1 billion. However, we focus on Central Europe in the initial phase, where we have an obtainable market of 650 million. With our business model, we generate 4 income streams based on licensing models, unit prices, and pay-per-use. That is, sales of due diligence services to enhance supply chain control, sales of tracing and tagging units, sales of monitoring services, and our long-term focus, data management. Together with Sebastian, an expert in timber trade, myself with the fundamental industry background, Anne, the creative mind of the team, and Cormet, for whom sustainability is a matter of heart, have been crafting Beetle fortech for 3 years now. During this time, we have developed a global network of partners, NGOs, and firms, and work closely with leading specialists in remote sensing. With our developments, we won both the Galileo Masters and the Copernicus Masters challenges, both prizes of the European Space Agency. We are grateful to be supported by the Austrian Ministry of Climate Protection, the FFG, our incubator, and the many of our advisors. Exciting times lie ahead. We launch our first product by the end of this year. We plan a major test field for our tracing and tagging units. We connect all the points along the line to create a holistic, seamless traceability system to launch the Beetle in 2024. The opportunities to exploit space tech and forest data is huge. So if you're interested, tune in and stay in touch. This is Matthias from Beetle fortech.
The second on point, 5 minutes for your questions.
Could you tell us if you have competitors and which are they? Because as far as I know, a very big, very well-known Swedish company has exactly this issue 3 years ago and has developed exactly a similar organization.
Yeah, I think I know which company you're talking about. Let me explain briefly. What's really important here is the two axes. So we need a scalable solution and also a solution that provides a level of detail. Most solutions out there, and I assume the one you're talking about as well, is either not scalable or does not provide the level of detail, meaning that they are tracing entire batches, let's say an entire truck. But you can, the truck composes of several logs and you can mix it up and you still end up with logs in your supply chain which are not supposed to be there. So for us, the only really solution to that problem is tracing and tagging of individual trees.
This, to me, it seems that this will only work with people that are willing to collaborate honestly. Is that true? And how are you going to ban the rest?
Yeah, so as I said, forestry is an immensely complex market, but powers in the industry are often clustered towards bigger sawmills or bigger industry players, which on their hand have the power to downstream supply our products, basically saying, okay, if you want to continue supplying wood to us, please use this and this documentation certification system. Of course, this is tailored towards bigger players, but we also have high and ambitious goals.
You mentioned as your first market Central Europe.
Yep.
Why?
Forestry has a huge history in Central Europe, and many streams are connecting or coming down in Central Europe. So forestry is a huge industry here, but it's connected to to the Far East, to Southeast of China, to Northern and Southern America. So really many streams are connected here in Central Europe, and so that's for us. It's the good place to start.
Maybe to add to the question that was just posed, I was indeed also curious about the geographical focus, also because your main purpose is to curb illegal cutting. Yeah. And if you look at where that is happening mostly, it's not so much in the area where you're focusing, but it's more Latin America, it's more African countries, perhaps emerging markets in general. How do you look at that?
Many of the regions where illegal logging is a problem, these resources end up in Europe because people have a demand for precious woods and stuff like that. So it makes sense to start here, even if they're local, or even if they're local industry, they buy from foreign countries and the resources are then shipped over.
Thank you so much, Matthias. Great product. The root cause of illegal logging is forest dwellers who don't have alternative livelihood systems. So it's a deeply embedded social issues.
It's true.
Where property rights on forest and or on land is a key problem. So how do you go all the way up to that in terms of traceability?
The social aspect of this entire illegal forest aspect is huge. So the thing we tackle this is by enabling tracing and monitoring of individual logs. We can ensure that forests are regrown afterwards, so the people that live actually in the communities have a regrowing resources and don't deplete the resource that they have, just once and the forest is gone forever and done. We need to move some other areas, but what we're really aiming at is a sort of a cycle, extracting resources, selling it, regrowing it.
We might have time for another tiny one approaching.
I guess it's just a follow-up on, I guess our main concern is, and I would extend this question to every project that has pitched really and future projects pitching. I would have loved for you to be more specific on the additionality of the impact. right? What part of the specific change in the value chain of wood can you claim that can happen thanks to this solution, considering that what you're really doing is helping those that are already doing things well do them better? So what is your theory of change? What is the additional?
I'm going to have to approach you now.
Sorry, did you ask what the additional value is for the players that are already doing things well?
What is the difference that you bring about in the industry, given that you're working with players that already care and already want to do things right?
Yeah, so...
Tiny question for the end.
Short answer, many people or many big industries, they don't know or have risk in the supply chains buying resources from wherever, and they have no clue where it comes from. So there is a huge potential there, and it's already happening. Even companies, green companies, have illegal resources in their supply chains.
We finish it with huge potential. Please give it up for Matthias, Beetle Fortech. All right, 2 more projects to go. At some point, I'm going to start singing the final countdown. I hope that you're going to sing it with me. Da-da-da-da, da-da-da-da-da. Okay, I already have co-singers. So, for the 13th finalist today on stage, please welcome with me Rosi from France, Chin Chin Fan.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Xingxing from Rosi. At Rosi, we do recycling for the solar panels. We're aiming for true circular economy for photovoltaic and beyond. Photovoltaic, short name as PV, or also known as solar panels. It is the most important technology now and in the future that is driving us towards energy transition. The cumulative capacity has already reached 850 gigawatts in 2021. That is enough to power 3 entire Europe. But the big problem is, when they reach their end of life, what are we going to do with them? Tons of thousands of waste are coming in the future. It is estimated that in 2035, already 2.3 million tons of solar waste will appear. But we are far from properly treating them. This is why Rosi has developed our high-value recycling technology for the solar panels. We're aiming for circular economy for the photovoltaic industry and also beyond. How we do that? To talk about the waste of solar panels, we need to start from the manufacture of it. Why? Because it is a very poor designed linear cycle. To produce a solar panel, we start from the consumption of tons of non-renewable natural resources, especially for the silicon that is in the solar panel, because it is very high requirement for the purity. To produce such high purity silicon, we consume lots of critical raw material of the pure silicon. It is so energy intensive that, and resource demanding that if they reach their end of life and we just dispose them like waste, it is a pity that we let go of these raw materials with already high purity. So what Rosi does, upon reception of a solar panel, we recover aluminum, junction box, glass, and copper. But also, we recover what others cannot recover, which includes silver and silicon. These 2 materials are the most valuable and high-purity materials within solar panels. So, Rosi starts from the reception of solar waste, but we turn all these raw materials back to the industry, including photovoltaic, but also beyond, including batteries and semiconductor industry. The value recovery with Rosi's technology has increased from 35% from the current shredding method to more than 95% with our innovations. Our value propositions for our customers who buys our recycled materials, We provide a universal solution, which means whichever type of silicon-based solar panel, you send it to our recycling plant, then we can properly treat them as good as I just explained. For the off-takers, they will receive high-purity materials with low carbon footprint. And also, the compatibility within industry has already been proven. From the environment and society's perspective, our recycling process is low impact, according to the life cycle assessment, and it saves natural resources because we avoid the conventional production of these raw materials, just from retrieving them from the West. It supplies for our local supply, for autonomy and resilience. As we can already see from nowadays, our supply chain is so weak that it's threatened by our unexpected crises such as war or COVID-19. And most importantly, it is not a solution just in lab. It is a solution that can be implemented industrial scale. According to our calculation, 300,000 tons of highly pure silicon can be recovered from the solar waste, and 77 million tons of CO2 can be saved, just replacing the raw materials by our recycled materials. Our roadmap and forecast of the market size, Rosi is a French startup, so we start from building our first recycling plant in France. Then we roll out our second recycling plant in Germany, which holds half of the European market. And gradually, we also plan to move to other European countries that's going to have a lot of PV waste in the upcoming years. And for our long-term goal, we plan to also go to non-European countries, including United States, Japan, and China. Our business model will be based on the joint venture form. So Rosi stays as one of the co-investors, and together with other co-investors such as recycling companies and end users, we will roll out our recycling plant in each country. There will be incomes from the customers who pay us the treatment fee, and also our resale of raw materials. Other incomes, including license fees, dividends, and engineering service based on this joint venture. For our milestones, Rosi is founded in 2017, and since then we have secured our seed financing round and also participating in lots of European scale projects. And today, in 2022, we are closing Series 8 fundraising, and will be used to support our French and German site deployment. And next year, in the beginning of next year, our first recycling plant for high-value recycling will be started in France. We are composed of a highly experienced team with comprehensive skills. Our CEO, she has the years of experience in photovoltaic industry. Our CTO, Guy, he has the expertise in silicon purification. And with all our executive team and our dedication young talents, we believe that our solution is not just an innovation within the laboratory, but also a deep tech that can be implemented in the industrial scale. We expect ourselves to not only bring the environmental impact that is towards a circular economy, but also people that we want to reintegrate them towards this circular movement. And for the prize money, we would like to use it to support our young employees to develop their own skills towards their professional career. And that is all for my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chin Chin. 5 minutes.
Hi, thank you very much for your work. Can you just elaborate a bit about your recovery process cost? Because I guess it's very expensive to recover the silicon. And also I'm wondering about competitors and whether you fear competition from the bigger players.
Yes, thank you for the two questions. So first, from the cost of our recycling process, it is actually not that expensive. Why? Because for the recovery of these two materials, traditionally what they do, what they do for the recovery is they go for hydrometallurgical grade, this kind of road. But we don't go for that. At Rosi, we choose a completely different road. We only use soft chemical reactions. So it is not strong acid, it is not strong basic. We use simple chemicals that is cheap, that we can recover just as simple as it is like that. And the second question is for the competitors. Actually, we position ourselves as high-value recycling. That is why we differentiate ourselves among others. So why is that currently there are recyclers, but they are only doing low-grade recycling, which means they stop from glass and copper. Yes, and also part of our competitors, they can only treat a part of the recycling process. For example, when this module comes to their plant, maybe they just remove the glass, and the rest they still send for others to recycle it. But for Rosi's technology, it is completely, it can treat from the start to the end, so it's a complete solution.
Thank you very much, Sinsin. Am I pronouncing your name?
Yes, correctly.
Thanks, Sinsin. That's great. Two questions. How about rare earth elements? You know, like the cobalt, the lithium, the graphite. Is there something you're exploring, something you've tried? How about these? First question. Second question, to what extent does that technology applies to windmills and batteries? Thanks.
Okay. So for the rare earths, currently their composition within the solar panel is very less, and they are mainly on the copper ribbons. So for us, actually what we do is we already recover the copper ribbons, but then it will be sent to the next post-treatment recyclers. So from there, they will be treating the copper ribbons, and they will recover the rare earths from their plant. So they are our customers, and then they do their business. And for the second part, could you repeat?
To what extent, so you showed us how that works for PV, to what extent does that work for batteries and windmills?
Windmills and batteries. Okay, so our recycling process is designed only for the photovoltaic. So it's not for batteries and not for windmills, but we guarantee that any type of silicon-based solar panel, they can be treated with our technology.
Interesting story. I'm curious to know where you are going to source the materials, the
waste.
The waste, indeed. And a second question is, what is the largest barrier to scale for you?
Okay, I just go to the backup slides to explain this. Lots of slides. Okay. So actually, the PV waste in Europe is regulated by the WEEE directive. So it is regulated under a called Extended Producer Responsibility Scheme. And that is why when a PV is sold by a seller, they should pay a tax to the government. And then the government will ask the eco-organization to collect them when they are no longer usable. So for us, Rosi is standing after the eco-organization. We will get the solar panels from the eco-organizations.
Thanks a lot.
Weak one.
Is that a technology or a process that can be patented?
It's already patented.
Okay, so why do you build your own plant? Why don't you, license your let's say process technology to those recyclers at the end?
Yes. Quick answer is that we still want to optimize it. We want to not just do normal, and we want to optimize it, and we want to do the best. So we know that there's still room for improvement. For example, the rare earths or any materials that is not recycled currently, and we still want to be part of the recycling plant.
I see you've been doing there. You've been standing at the very end, so I've got a long way to go. Please give it up for Chin Chin. I think we have reached our final contestant today. So who's up for singing with me? Da-da-da-da, da-da-da-da-da, da-da-da-da. Okay, we're not going to do the whole thing. Right, thank you so much. This is project number 14. Once more, please give it up for Imagilabs from Sweden, Dora Palfi. Dora, the floor is yours.
A few years ago, I began my career in technology as a developer at a large corporation. And until the day I left, I was called the girl on the 7th floor, simply because there were no others. I feel strongly that no woman should be an oddity and no woman should be nameless in technology. My name is Dora, and I'm the co-founder and CEO of Imagi. A decreasing percentage of women are joining the tech industry today. We make up 17% of the tech workforce in the EU, which is 5% less than a decade ago. The industry is missing out on half of the talent pool, but also it's missing out on diverse perspectives, which in extreme cases can lead to, for example, the Apple Card, which had the effect of limiting women's access to capital. So I decided to change the face of technology for generations to come. And I saw an opportunity to do that by targeting younger ages, because until around the age of 12, girls have an equal interest in technology. And after that, a chasm opens up. So my search for a scalable solution began with research with hundreds of girls, and I understood that if we mix together creativity, social experiences, as well as tangible outcomes with learning to code, girls are a lot more interested. So what is the solution that we arrived to? In our app, which works both on the desktop and the mobile, kids can write code in Python, so that's a real programming language, in order to create different designs and pixel art. And it isn't just visual, but we actually have made a hardware, the Imagi Charm, this little gadget. There's a programmable accessory, so it brings code to life. Children really enjoy tagging this to their backpack so they can show the world what they create with code. And after they have done the first steps of starting to learn to code, they can join the community and explore other projects and create more and more complex code. It's really only their creativity that sets the limits. So the primary use of this innovation today is through Imagi Edu. We have educators in more than 25 countries using it, and they are from some of the largest nonprofits, as well as CSR programs, but also now in schools. Imagi Edu is a freemium product, so teachers can start using it and teaching. The hardware is optional, and they can have an annual license in order to get access to all our teaching materials. But oftentimes, children who try the product in a workshop also want to have it at home. So parents can buy the Imagi Charm on Amazon and our web shop, or just download the app and use it. And we have stellar reviews, both on the App Store and Amazon, as well as have been endorsed by some of the biggest news outlets. So when you look at the landscape of teaching programming to children, the solutions that successfully include women, or in this case girls, are all locally implemented workshops and events. So this is the scalability issue that we needed to solve. By creating a product that can be used globally by educators or girls at home, we fix that problem. And then, in addition, our approach of combining arts with coding, as well as teaching Python, a real programming language, and also empowering teachers, we created a real game changer for educators in our country and also Europe-wide. So we started Imagi with the mission to actually include all these 300 million preteen girls globally and give them a chance to try coding for themselves. And along this journey towards a large impact potential, there's also a large commercial potential. So we launched the product 2 years ago and then tripled our revenue from year 1 to year 2, and this year are on track to have 400,000 euros revenue. We have so far raised 1.3 million euros, as a mix of investment and grants, and we plan to raise 3 million euros before becoming profitable in 2025. So we started out with an impact promise, and we don't take this promise lightly, even though we are proud of the commercial traction we've achieved so far. So we track the number of beneficiaries we reach, 30,000 so far, 80% of whom are girls and non-binary. And we also don't just have a global potential, we have already transcended borders. So our consumer app is used in 87 countries, and educators use the product in 27 countries. But now we started to look at the depth of the product. So even already less than 1 hour of use at home, more than 10% of users report an increased interest in technology, and 4 out of 5 children actually describe learning to code in the classroom as fun when they use the Imagi products. But we really wanted to change the face of technology. So in the long term, we would like to increase our age span and go all the way up until age 18, so we can really sort of carry from when girls first try coding until they are ready to enter the industry or at least their higher education studies. So this way, we plan to increase the depth and duration of our impact to have a measurable change in society. We have already proved that we have the capability to execute. We started with a successful crowdfunding campaign on Kickstarter, then delivered a high-quality hardware product. It has 0.05% fault rate, as well as excellent software products. Right now, our biggest limiting factor in terms of scaling on the education side is that a really big value that we deliver is the teacher training, which we do sort of one-on-one. So we really like to produce training videos and make it available for educators, as well as provide more curriculum so that an educator can use our product throughout the entire school year and in multiple grades. And this is exactly what we would use the SIT grant for. And then beyond that, in the longer term, we're looking to introduce new coding and human languages, as well as also tackle the public education market with distributors. So behind this, of course, there's a dedicated team. I myself come from a neuroscience and computer science background and worked as a developer, designer, and have been the CEO, so focusing more on the business side. My co-founder, Beatrice, she's the maker, she makes the hardware. This is the software team. And we have studied engineering and science together at some of the best universities and also worked at large tech companies, so really have a passion and desire to make this change happen. We also have world-class angel investors behind us, as well as additional partners and 5 more teammates. So I just want to bring this point home. I really believe that technology has a disproportionate power to shape our future because it's defining how we're going to live our lives. So if women are not in technology, then we don't have an equal power to shape the future. But you can start helping us make this difference today. So if you know an educator who would like to teach coding, or you know a young girl, introduce them to Imagi. Because if we are serious about a gender equal future, we must fix the gender gap in technology. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Your 5 minutes.
Okay, thanks from my heart for really endorsing this change. How do you assess the impact? Is the data that are provided by your partners, or what kind of work you are doing on that space? And also, the second question is about the business model. So you're really the revenue streams that you have.
Yes. So we sort of started out more on the consumer side, which is how the impact there is collected is really just looking at the data usage of our app. And recently, after I participated in an impact entrepreneurship program, we decided to implement a survey to actually ask about confidence and interest in technology at the beginning of the use, and then after a couple levels of these tutorials completed. So we have a couple of survey points, and that's on the consumer side, and that's where we started out. And also to your point, in the beginning, we had about, I think, 70% of our revenue from consumers, but that was just a one-time purchase with the hardware. But then now we started to shift towards the education market, and that's our main focus. And there we, in addition to selling the hardware, have this annual license per educator. And we only launched this in June, so this is quite new, but already this year, more than 50% of our revenue is from the education side. And there, of course, this is quite new for now, but we have surveys that teachers actually use in the classroom and are starting to collect data and feedback from them. And I would say that, of course, we can measure the effectiveness of the learning outcomes, and that's great, but we're also trying to measure the effectiveness of increasing confidence and interest, because that's also a really big limiting factor for entering technology.
And how do you measure that?
Yeah, so that is based on surveys for now. And I think, of course, we have sort of like longer term perspectives. So when a teacher uses it, we can have a survey at the very beginning of the semester and the very end. But again, we only launched this in June. So the first surveys happened in September. Now there's about 60 educators using it in the classroom, but I don't have the end results yet.
You say that you are catering already to 70 countries or something?
So the consumer app is used in 87 countries. I mean, that's
And how do you look at providing the solution to underdeveloped countries?
Yeah, so that's a great point. I think this question came up before. Obviously, on the education market, for example, some of our first customers are more sort of like international and IB schools, right? Because they can make quick decision, and that's great. But we already have some of our partners, like you saw, Black Girls Code and actually Girl Scouts are some of our biggest customers. And so they actually cater to underprivileged areas, as well as Ericsson's CSR program. So a lot of these help us already make impact in areas that wouldn't otherwise get access. And then I think the freemium part is also very important. Like any educator can go and sign up and start using it. The hardware is optional. And so we have quite a few free resources as well.
Sorry. If I may, I tried to be the devil's advocate. I fully understand your mission, bringing girls into tech and so on. If that is a good solution to learn coding and to get into tech, why would you only provide it to girls?
Yeah, thank you for this question. We do not. It's for everyone in the classroom.
And if that is still an intention, which can be fair enough, how would you influence educators or whatsoever? How would you build the ecosystem that girls are kind of, in particular, represented in getting this education?
Right. So I think initially, obviously, our first partners were organizations who are also focusing on girls, like Black Girls Code and the Girl Scouts. So they were naturally the first customers. And there it seemed to work really well. But we also recognize that to reach all girls, the most effective way is to go through schools, because everyone is in school. And in fact, we also observe that our product is enjoyed by everyone, but it's really important that it's designed with a gender lens. So when we look at the success of it, we make sure that girls like it at least as much as boys, but it hasn't been an issue. And none of our products says that this is for girls. It is an inclusive product. And also, I think for the younger generations, it is important that it's inclusive. You know, when it comes to the gender selection, it's also not girls and boys. There's plenty of other options. So I think we just stand for inclusivity when it comes to the product delivery. But this is sort of the mission behind it, which is more of what I was trying to, I guess, convey today.
The educational market is, and particularly schools, is very local. And so what is your plan? How are you going to go about international scaling?
Yeah, exactly. So I mean, the reason why we can be so global is because we have a lot of sort of international schools using it. And also because the product is pretty low in language, at least like getting started, because it's quite visual. I would say right now we are mostly in the Nordics and in the US, where it hasn't been a problem. Like that's where most of our customers are, and in, again, sort of global solutions. But we already have translations that have been done, so it's a matter of translating and localizing.
Thank you so much. Please give it up for Dora and Imagilabs. This was the second round of 7 projects in the Social Innovation Tournament. So let me just repeat what we just heard in the past hours. We had here on stage in the afternoon session, Junker App from Italy, Hale from Italy, Innovations from Austria, Seads from Italy, Beetle for Tech from Austria, Rosi from France, and Imagilabs from Sweden. Please give it up for all those projects once more. You can find all the beautiful images that we saw after each pitch, as I said, online. Also here on the side, you see a beautiful imaginary of each project. So if you need a bit of a visual reminder of what you've heard today, then please feel free to go to the website or just have a look at these again. There is this word that I once heard at the end of a big workshop where one of the conference participants said he feels this mixture of inspired and tired, and that's inspired. And I gotta confess, I do feel quite inspired after everything that we've witnessed and heard today. We spoke a lot about circular models. There were lots of ideas around recycling, sustainable fashion, how to sort waste on land and on water. We got to sense new materials. We got to talk about agriculture. We followed gongs, and we even felt the room vibrate. So when, at the beginning, Boris said there might be a destructive energy in Vienna, that I'm pretty sure that we also sensed this imaginative and creative power and energy that we had in this room here today. So let me at this point thank all the finalists once more for coming up on stage here today. Please give it up for the finalists. Also, please give it up for the mentors that have been with the finalists in the past month. One big round of applause goes to our beautiful jury here in this first row for putting all your time, energy, and your poignant questions. You still have the most of work in front of you, but you've done a great job so far. So please give it up for our jury. And of course, this tournament couldn't be possible without the support and the dedication of the team of Louisa and the European Investment Bank Institute. So please give it up for Louisa and your team. So what's going to happen now? As all of us are going to go and have a relaxed afternoon tea, you are maybe not going to be as relaxed, but more activated, because now you're going to have to make the most difficult decisions who are actually going to be the winners of this tournament. So whilst you go off and do your decision making, again, I invite all of you here and also the participants online, please go to the website and cast your votes, because there is this choice award from the audience worth 10,000 euros. You can vote up for 3 projects, so please make sure to find your way to the website. The voting will be open now, and it's open until 7 o'clock in the evening, and the latest at 11 p.m. We will also have the finalists, the winners of today, published on the website. So Mayud said today in the morning that you should all feel like winners. And I think that really is the feeling that you should leave with now. Because in the end, if your ideas won't make it, all of us are going to be losers. So we're going to have to make sure that we can help all of you to actually make your ideas work. Because only then will we be able to actually feel as winners of the most precious prize, which still is to have a peaceful and good life on a prosperous, on a healthy, and a beautiful planet. So thank you so much for putting your dedication and your energy and your passion into the ideas, and really all the best to all of you. Thank you for doing this great work, and thank you for being here today. Have a great afternoon, and see you at the award ceremony in the evening. Bye.
Yes, back to where we...